nights, swift nights. Rubbing all night long. Swift nights, swift nights. Dancing on the dance floor. Blurry vision, blurry lights. Taxi to paradise. Swift nights. So hot women in see-through tops. The city looks good tonight. Women in see-through tops. The city looks good tonight. Neon club signs light up in nights. I'm gonna get loose tonight. It's gonna be a swift night. I'm gonna get loose tonight. It's gonna be a swift night. Swift night. I'm honest and on the dance floor. Let's keep on dancing till we get lost. I'm a portrait.
Welcome, everyone, to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, of course, James P. Madonna from Northeastern New Jersey. And it's raining out here. What can you do? The weather is the weather. What can be done? That was Depau, the empress of the planet Vulcan. She had a Jewish accent. The weather is the weather. What can be done? It's true. What can be done? I just want to introduce you to my co-host, but first I want to say greetings to another New Jerseyite, Mr. Bart Robinson. I'm in the Northeast, and he is in the Southwest part of the state. Okay, he is in Jersey Devil and Farmland Country. Country, C-U-N-T-R-Y, country, country. I want to introduce you to everybody. The song you just heard was the newest song by Mr. Geordie K of Geordie's Den. That's right, that's Geordie, the theme I played. Geordie from Scotland, Geordie K, a performing artist, Geordie K. Geordie, how are you from Scotland? Greetings.
I am doing great, James. Thank you for having me on your show yet again.
Yes, and I'm here, the Commodore, my good friend, competitive strength trainer, and circular training extraordinaire, Mr. the Commodore himself, Jeff Zambello, originally from Boston, now living in the maritime provinces of Canada. Oh, it's actually Canada. I am very sad for the loss of Estelle Costanza. Yes, Estelle passed away at age 93. God rest her soul, from Seinfeld. Rest in peace, Estelle. So she joins the others. She joins the others. The man who played Morty Seinfeld, I believe, is deceased. Jerry Stiller, Frank Costanza, deceased. Uncle Leo, deceased. Jack Klumpus from the Condos. Del Boca Vista, he's dead. What's his name again? Mr. It's on the tip of my tongue, but anyway, hold on. What the hell was his name? One of George Costanza's bosses.
I don't know.
Yeah, it'll come to me. You know, I just had a brain fart. I mentioned it before. Oh, thank you, Bart. Yeah, I got a haircut. I actually got them all cut.
Yeah, James, you're looking good, my friend. You definitely needed a trim.
Heading out for a long walk, and if you're walking along the swamps, you know what I bet you, if you turn over a lot of rotted logs and boulders, or you know, you find salamanders most likely still hibernating down there. From what I understand, there's a lot of wildlife in the wetlands of New Jersey, southern New Jersey, the Pine Barrens. Jack Klumpus, yeah, the pen that writes upside down, yeah, the astronauts use. Remember it? Hey, you want my pen? I know you like it. Here, take it. Take my pen. Then he complained to everybody that he lent his pen out. And then the Cadillac, Jerry gave Morty his father Cadillac, new Cadillac, and then Jack Klumpus says Morty's been stealing funds from the condo complex. I remember that. I just want to say congratulations. Congratulations to certain parts of the country like Staten Island, and there are others, where for the first time both Starbucks and Amazon warehouse locations have unionized. Not the entire country, some parts, but it's a start. It's a beginning, and it's long overdue, because the greedy scumbag piece of shit, the bald-headed Jeff Bezos, the guy that he looks like he has a dildo on top of his shoulders. So does his spacecraft. It's shaped like his head.
He's a dickhead.
He is a sweatshop slave driver, from what I read. And that's probably why he keeps on jacking up the prices at Whole Foods. And he's a miserable bastard. And I bet he was probably smacked around. I bet he was a geek like Mark Zuckerberg and what's his name, Bill Gates. I bet, you know, they used to get smacked around by the jocks in high school, the football jocks. Because, you know, the geeks in my school were very annoying. I mean, they used to do everything they can to get under your skin and push buttons.
James, what were you like in high school? Were you a jock?
Well, I was on the wrestling team.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I didn't really join any teams per se. I just wasn't. I didn't have the competitive desire. He was an Indian giver. Yeah. Hiya, hiya, how you doing?
Hiya, hiya, hiya.
Yeah, he was an Indian giver. That was funny though. I had one of those pens one time. And they really do write upside down. But when I found out that the refills cost $5 a pop, I said, screw this. It was like stainless steel. It was like shaped like a bullet. Yeah, he looks like a penis with eyeballs. Exactly. Oh, you heard coyotes? You heard some coyotes, huh?
Oh,
We have coyotes up here that unfortunately are losing their fear of human presence. So are the wild turkeys. They're losing their fear of and you know the problem is one of the supermarkets in Wayne, New Jersey, where Salvatore Mercurio lives. They had a family of black bears going into the dumpster, and that's not a good thing. You know, when you start having wildlife doing that. But then again, man keeps on building on their grounds. You know, they've been living in these areas for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and all of a sudden, you know, mankind has the real estate industry that keeps on building, and they start building in their land, and then the people complain when the wildlife come in their backyard. I mean, give me a break, man. Give me a break. You know, they've been there longer than even the Native Americans. The wildlife have been there longer than people, and you're going to complain that they're coming in your backyard. But so congratulations to I guess you would consider it warehouse work and the beginning of food service unionized. I wish retail really needs a nationwide union, because retail, even the store managers of retail are abused. They work very long hours. They get shit benefits. They have to work like what they call an iron, 2 irons a week, which means they have to work. They have to open the store, and they have to close the store. They have to work 2 shifts in one day, twice a week. They call that an iron, and they're on salary, so they really don't get paid for overtime. Like if you're a regular working stiff, or you have a union job, you get paid like over 40 hours. You get time and a half, and then if you work a holiday, you know, in case of food service, you know, some supermarkets are open like maybe a half a day, maybe for Thanksgiving or something, or Christmas Eve. You get like double time. But when you're a manager in retail, you're on salary, you get screwed. You get screwed. And I guess department managers in corporate are subject to that also. Now, this one is going to surprise you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. George was masturbating to Glamour magazine. Yeah.
What the fuck?
And she fell, and she ended up in a hospital.
Oh, done. Oh, done. That's
Yeah,
crazy. That's fucking
George,
wild.
George is yeah, that was funny. You know what? I can't think of an episode that wasn't real funny on Seinfeld. Now, this bit of news is ridiculous. Hold on. Let me close out. So I don't hear the jingle. Let me close out Facebook Messenger here.
Oh, I thought that was me.
No, it's me. I keep on hearing the jingle.
Oh.
And I'm still hearing the jingle. Why am I hearing the jingle? Wild turkeys, yeah, they could be territorial. They're beautiful when the plumage gets all ruffled up, you know. Oh, stop short. Yeah, the stop short. Hey, Ronnie S.
Ronnie!
Ronnie S. is by the in-ground pool in his condo complex in Clearwater, Florida, because the sun is out. And, you know, I guess once he finishes being, well, actually, wait a minute. Ronnie S., you said that the Wi-Fi is terrible at the pool, but you're able to type here on for my YouTube channel. What gives, man? What gives? Why can't you come on the show? I hope
Yeah,
it isn't because your significant other. I hope it isn't because your significant other didn't make a stink. Because we're going to be talking about that in a little bit after I go on a rampage about something in the news there. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry I jumped the gun. I'm sorry I assumed something. Arr. Jingle jangle bell. James, please ring that bell as an introduction to the live stream show. Oh, I'll ring it again. Oh, you mean StreamYard? The guy that's owned by this pencil neck geek that looks like more of a geek than Mark Zuckerberg? You mean StreamYard does wacky things at the pool? I think we have another geek to bash now. The guy that runs. I mean, he looks like a real pussy. You've ever seen him talk and smile? He looks like he packs a lot of fudge. Yeah, Commodore Jeff Zambello is here. He cannot turn his microphone on because now, supposedly, I mean, Jeff, when you tell me you have a colleague in the office, you have a colleague in the office, right? It's not that you're anti-microphone. You know what I mean, Jelly Bean? Oh, the dating game? Yeah, I'll play it. But, you know, I don't want to play everything at once. I'll play it. Just remind me. Oh, that's right, because the iPhone forces you to use Safari. Got you. All right. I'm sorry, you pencil neck geek, for bashing you. Now I know I have all the facts. A massive piss. Yeah, I wonder. I hope he dodged the question. I hope he's not anti-microphone. Yeah, interesting. Anyway, I'll wait till he gets back.
Do we have the wheel, the spinning wheel?
Well, I certainly do, and I hope it works a lot better because I have the spinning wheel not on Google Chrome. I have it on Mozilla Firefox.
Oh, right.
And I notice if I keep my cursor on the wheel on the tab, it works a lot better. So, you know, let's knock on wood. I got plenty of wood here. I have an antique wooden bench made by my late uncle, probably back in the early, either the late 1930s or the early 1940s.
Rest in peace, sir.
Yes, rest in peace. He was a Navy veteran. And, yeah, Uncle Phil, electronic engineer. He owned his own electronic components company. You know, he was the president of his own company. And
wow,
rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace.
And his wife, my Aunt Helen, who passed away not too long ago. Rest in peace to the departed loved ones in my family and everyone else's loved ones, because you know this is the 5th day of Lent, and next Sunday for Christians, Catholics, is Palm Sunday. Next Sunday is Palm Sunday. Oh, right. Dad, he's got high nutrition almonds to snack.
Oh, I love almonds. Nice.
That's good. That's good. All right. Get comfortable because I'll mention. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Will Smith. Okay, did you see that banner I posted where the president of Ukraine says, Will Smith, did you hear what Vladimir Putin said about your wife? Did you see that banner? Keep my wife. Hey, yo, keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth. And meanwhile, he's laughing at the joke. And then he goes ballistic. So what could be bad about saying G.I. Jane Part 2? The Power Broker. The Power Broker. Remember what J.R. Ewing's father, J.R. Ewing Sr. said on the show Dallas? He says, you don't, real power is something that you take. Nobody gives it to you. Now, what exactly is that? Hold on. Raisin balls. Well, he deserves everything he gets. He
James,
deserves everything he gets.
see that Will Smith thing where he goes up and he punches Chris Rock? Do you not think that's fake? Do you not think that's a load of fucking bullshit? It's fake.
Well, he according to his facial expressions, he did go ballistic. So I don't know about being staged, but I tell you one thing. That was the stupidest thing anybody could do. It is to try to get attention that way, because he's getting booted out of the organization that runs the Academy Award. You know, and some kind of motion picture guild of some sorts. It's going to be a tarnish on his career for the rest of his life. So anyway, let me get back to the news that aggravated me. Hold on. He's a raisin ball. He's a raisinette balls. That's even worse than raisin balls. Raisinettes are smaller, and currants. You ever see dried currants? They're even smaller. Yeah. You know what currants are, Jordy, right?
Yeah.
They didn't kick him out. Well, the police, they approached Chris Rock and says, it's up to you. You want to press charges? We'll arrest him right now. You know, for assault and battery. And he said no.
Yeah.
Rice Krispie ball. Yes, Rice Krispie. That was good. So anyway, now Ronnie S., Jordy, and Commodore Jeff Zambell. South Carolina wants to pass a law where you have to get a permit to make and sell kombucha tea. Now, kombucha is something I make homemade. I brew kombucha in the house. I've done it for 2 years now. Kombucha is very medicinal and loaded with healthful probiotics, and it has a lot of vitamins and minerals. But kombucha, being that it's fermented, has the same alcohol content as a low gravity beer. Big deal.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So just a little tidbit of alcohol. These greedy politicians want people to get a permit just to make kombucha, sell kombucha, whatever. Which means you have to renew the damn permit every year, probably. And New Jersey's got is loaded with permits. Now, to me, that's a racketeering. I mean, that's legalized racketeering. His brand is tarnished forever. Absolutely. No, Ronnie's coming. Ronnie's coming when he finishes with the pool, because Ronnie has an iPhone, and iPhone is not compatible with StreamYard.
Yeah, come on, Ronnie.
Yeah. Well, Ronnie's at the pool. He's in Florida. He wants to take advantage of the pool. Well, he can go to the pool any day of the week when you think about it, because it's right on the premises of his condo complex.
I wish Ronnie could actually go live right now right next to the pool, and he could turn his camera around, and we can see all those
Now,
beautiful.
believe me, I used to,
women.
Jordy, I used to have an iPhone.
Yes.
Really not compatible with StreamYard. It's horrible.
All right. Yeah.
It really is horrible. So anyway, Mr. Jeff Zambello and Jordy, what do you think of that very prohibition-like law that they want to pass for something that has a teeny tiny bit of alcohol in it, a health food product called kombucha tea? You know, I think they're trying to increase the revenue into the state government there. The greedy politicians.
Oh, James is even worse up here in Scotland, mate. Like, we are so strict with stuff. Like, are they trying to ban kombucha?
No, they want people to get a permit in
permit
South
to make it?
Carolina. A permit, yeah.
That sucks. No, I don't agree with that. You make what the fuck you want, you know?
Yeah, well, I make what the fuck I want in the privacy of where I live.
Exactly.
I'm not selling it. I'm not selling it. Now, if a friend of mine says, James, could you teach me how to make homemade kombucha? And can I have a piece of the organism that ferments it? They call it SCOBY. Can you send me SCOBY? I'll put it in a Ziploc bag and I'll send it to him. But I'll send it to him. You know what I mean? You know, or I mean, if somebody wanted to give me a gift donation to the Intergalactic Kombucha Fund, I guess I can get away with it. Yeah. Now, you know, if Ronnie S. Now, if you're at the pool and your significant others are with you, and there's a lot of chickie poos at the pool, you know how you can get them on the show? By wearing those nice mirrored sunglasses. Nobody knows where you're looking. Nobody knows where your eyeballs are going.
Exactly. So sit by the pool. If there's some 20-year-old women with bikinis on, enjoy the view.
I could care less about Hollywood, Bart, or the entertainment industry. I could care less about those wastes of sperm, those multi-million-dollar wastes of sperm. I have no interest whatsoever. No, it's good. It's like the vegan form of kefir or yogurt. It's very.
Right.
I
feel like I have to say something about the Will Smith thing. Like, no one would have known that the Oscars happened if it wasn't for that Will Smith thing. Like, nobody knew that the Oscars were happening.
I didn't know they were going on because I don't care.
I don't care either. I don't care about Will Smith either. He's a fucking prick. Fucking
kombucha is KOMBUCHA, kombucha. No, and as far as I know, it's not an aphrodisiac. The kombucha, when you finish fermenting it after 7 days, it's like homemade soda pop. It's naturally carbonated through the fermentation process. So when you drink it, it's like drinking soda without the sugar. So besides being a superfood and a very healthy beverage and having low gravity beer alcohol, it happens to be very carbonated. So you got yourself a carbonated beverage. It's very refreshing when it's ice cold.
Sounds good.
Yeah. So anyway, my heart bleeds for any of those entertainers, those whoever they are. I really don't care because I think talent has been watered down severely nowadays when it comes to even comedy to a certain extent. I mean, there's nobody, and I repeat, nobody like George Carlin or Rodney Dangerfield. Nobody. Nobody comes close to these people. Yeah, so yeah, getting back to South Carolina, I think they're just trying to raise more revenue, coming up with an excuse to create permits. In New Jersey, you need a permit to throw to net bait fish, to trap minnows or something. You got to have a permit for every damn thing. It's insane.
People are fighting outside my house.
Yeah.
Can you hear that?
What did I do? What did I do?
There's people outside my house shouting.
Whose house?
My house. There's some people outside shouting. This is my window. I've got my window open.
Oh.
I'll shut that.
Maybe you want to get some air.
Yeah.
So any of the ladies stopping by to visit you?
Not tonight, but next weekend, yes. I may have somebody on the show. I may have somebody on the show next weekend to join me.
Well, next weekend, I should be here. Now Easter weekend, I won't be here. I won't be going live. But next weekend is Palm Sunday, so I'll be here. Maybe I can. If you think you're capable of doing music, like either new age or jazz or techno or something, if you have the ability to do that, I could go live in the living room where I work out.
I can do anything.
Okay, and what I'll do is I'll play my African drum, and we'll jam tomorrow. Not tomorrow. We'll jam next week on Palm Sunday.
Yes.
Okay. Is it an appointment? We have an appointment.
A virtual handshake. How do we do this?
Virtual handshake.
Virtual handshake. Yeah.
And if what's her name? The Chloe.
Oh, Zoe.
No, the one that was on the first album.
Yeah, that's Zoe.
The one that was talking that I spoke to. Was that Zoe?
Zoe. Yeah, Zoe.
Yeah. Tell her we're gonna do it next Sunday.
Oh, it will be another girl that I know called Rhoda that will be up. So she might say hey,
Oh, you got more? Bring more. Okay.
Yeah.
Jeff Zambella made a good point. These are all real, legendary, talented comedians. You can throw like Jerry Seinfeld in there. You can throw. There's so many, and
James, do you know who Lee Evans is? That's my favorite comedian, Lee Evans.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Lee Evans. It must be a younger. Yeah.
He's from England.
Let us not forget the Robin Williams, even though he was coked to the hilt.
Yeah, he was.
He was coked up to the high heavens.
He was a rock star, man.
Yeah, I got it. I got the jester cap. Yeah, but I want to do the serious part of the show without the jester cap, because then people won't take the serious topics seriously. Henny Youngman, Henny Youngman's one-liners. But you know what? When it comes to one-liners, I say Rodney Dangerfield was the king. Really. You listen to him now. You watch him now. His facial expressions he still is funny as hell.
Wait, who was that? Who were you talking about?
Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh, Rodney Dangerfield, cool.
Rodney Dangerfield, yeah. Well, about his wife, yeah. Well, Rodney Dangerfield made a lot of jokes about his wife too. I mean, it was all about his wife. I mean, it was about his life. He used his life, his appearance, and it was a good gimmick, to get laughs.
Yeah.
But it was funny back then. People were on the Tonight Show and they could light up a cigarette and smoke on live primetime TV. Back then, talk shows. I'm trying to think of some other. The Odd Couple was really funny. Felix Unger, Oscar Madison, that was a real funny show. The Honeymooners, the Addams Family, the Munsters. Yeah, I'm talking about old.
James, you were talking about the Munsters there. See the guy from the Munsters? He was also in Pet Sematary. Like, have you ever seen the first Pet Sematary? It's this old guy, and he's like, "Don't go down that road. It's a dangerous road."
Was that who did that? Stephen King? Who wrote Pet Sematary? Stephen
King. What was his name? I can't remember the actor's name, but there's a guy called. His name was Judd in Pet Sematary, and he was also in the Munsters. He's a brilliant actor. Fred Gwynne, that's his name.
Fred Gwynne was the actor who played Herman Munster.
Yeah.
No, not Henny. Rodney Dangerfield's doctor was Dr. Vinnie Boom Butts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He might be thinking of Dr. Vinnie Boom Butts connected with Henny Youngman, but Jack Benny is another comedian. Bob Hope, he didn't really crack me up. He was witty. Johnny Carson was actually pretty good with the characters he played. Yeah, it wasn't bad. So anyway, So any other jumbalones out there that want to come on the show, or you all have raisin balls out there? Because I know I put the link. I'll put the link here again. I'm not going to put the link here 1,000 times, but I will.
Yeah, Ronnie's joining.
Yeah, Ronnie S is joining. Yeah. So any of you other jumbalones out there, like Eric Fraunfelter or any of the other ones?
Yeah, come on, join the show. Join the show, guys.
I know if it was a show about booze reviews, or Alex's food group, they'd all be on there. I know that's for sure. That's for certain. So you know what? Richard Pryor. Richard Pryor, I heard, grew up in a whorehouse, in a bordello. Yeah, he had a strange background. I think he's from Peoria, Illinois. I think it was. Do you know that Red Fox, his real name was Fred G. Sanford? Fred Sanford was Red Fox's real name.
Red Fox?
His real name. Red Fox was the stage name. Fred Sanford was Red Fox's real name. And Lamont Sanford, his acting name was Damon Wilson. But guess what? Damon Wilson's real name was Grady Wilson. So the actor who played Grady Wilson on the show took on Lamont's real name. These are actual true facts.
Oh, all right.
I'm going to Richard Pryor was funny. Now, Jordy, could you I have to go inside and get myself some of my homemade kombucha because my throat is getting, I'm going to need something to sip on. So could you just promote what you've been doing for the people until I get back?
Yeah, of course.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I recently released my new album. It's called Clubs, Love and Drugs. Night Energy. Right there. So I recently released that album, and my good friend James has been playing it on his show, on his intros. Awesome, thank you for that, James. You know, and I do beer reviews. My YouTube channel is called Geordie's Den, right there, what it says right there. And yeah, hit me up, subscribe, like, and yeah, also subscribe to Progressive Discussions with James and all the amazing co-hosts, including me. And subscribe to Commodore. Commodore is fucking amazing. Commodore, I'm so jealous of you, man. You're built like crazy. Look at me. I'm like a skinny fucking chicken. Look at this crap. The Commodore, you are amazing, man. The way you lift weights is amazing. But yeah. So I don't know what else to say. But I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking just a Sierra Nevada Californian IPA. Good stuff. Really good stuff. You know. But yeah. This is Progressive Discussions, and anything goes here. We're about to spin that wheel soon, and Ronnie Sampson is joining us soon as well, which will be awesome, you know. James, me and James are going to jam soon as well with some tunes. In fact, James, I'm going to try this, all right? So I'll try and do it. If anybody knows what this song is, then well done. I kind of screwed it up, but it was meant to be the James Bond theme, but I kind of fucked it up. But yeah, I'm Geordie K at Geordie's Den. Yeah, so cheers. If Ronnie S is still out there, when are you coming on, buddy? Hop on the show. That would be cool. Yeah. California IP looks delicious and refreshing. It is. It's. Do you know what, Commodore? Last night I was at my dad's and I had a 4-pack of Blue Moon and a 4-pack of California IPA, and I preferred this because Blue Moon is smooth, all right, but this is more refreshing and crisp and citrusy. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, Commodore. I think you would like this actually. If you like a good IPA, you would like this one. It's also what's the percentage on it? 4.2%. It's quite weak, but it's good. And it's from America, Colorado. So cheers. Thanks, James.
Yeah, the hot chicks. Yeah, yeah. Supposedly.
I don't blame him.
Yeah. Well, it gave me the opportunity to get my divining rods and the crystal pendulum.
Hell yeah!
And my kombucha. This is a chai spice kombucha. Hold on, let me.
Oh, it's brown.
Yeah, it's a black tea, like a high quality black tea with chai spices in it. You know, like cinnamon and all that stuff, ginger.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit spicy tasting.
Yeah, it's good, and it's very carbonated and low gravity alcohol content, and a lot of probiotics in it. What's
the alcohol percentage on it?
I don't know. It's what's a low gravity beer like
3.5.
Would that be considered a low gravity beer?
Maybe 4%.
I don't know. I'm not really familiar with a I know low gravity must mean low percentage. I mean, but I don't know what the range.
If it was a low beer or a low lager is usually like 3%, 3.5%, I think. So yeah, that might be about. I would say that's probably about like 4% or something like that because it's got a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
The SCOBY organism continues to grow like the blob from the horror movie. The SCOBY, it's like a live mushroom. It's made up of yeast and bacteria. I mean, good bacteria. and it's like a mushroom. It's a fungi, and
Yeah.
and the growth of it doesn't stop. And then, as it grows, you can separate a piece and you can give it to friends and family. But it's like having a pet forever. You have to take care of it. It's honestly, it's like a pet because it requires a certain environment in order to stay alive and to grow. But as long as you keep it healthy, it will make kombucha for generations as long as there's somebody there to keep it healthy. And keeping it healthy means a very clean, sterile environment and room temperature. Never put it in the refrigerator because cold temperature causes it to mold, and the mold kills the organism.
Okay.
I never use anything metallic. Never put anything metallic in even sourdough starter in any fermentation process.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a Sierra Nevada? What are you drinking there, Jordy? I forgot to ask you.
I just finished it, but I'm going to grab another one. So 2 seconds. Sierra Nevada, Californian IPA.
Yeah, moisture and warm temperature equals fungus. Fungus.
That's the difference.
Yes. Hold on, let me see that. Sierra Nevada, California IPA. What's the alcohol content?
4.2%. 4.2%.
You could slam them in the summertime with no problem.
Oh yeah, they're weak. It's a wee weakie, but it's good. Straight from California.
It has a wee bit of alcohol.
A wee bit. This is what in Scotland we call this a wee weakie because it's weak in alcohol. A wee weakie. Yeah. Yeah, a wee. A wee wee.
Now, Swamp. It sounds like Curly from the Three Stooges. Kill him, man. So
it could be worse, James. I could sound like Goofy. You know Goofy. Oh, gosh.
I was gonna say something about
yeah, sorry.
I lost my train of thought.
It's my fault. Sorry. Yeah.
I lost me train of thought.
Lost me train of thought.
Yeah, we got Sierra Nevada. In Scotland, you mean? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we get Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. I've tried Sierra Nevada Torpedo, and we also get this one. Yeah, Sierra Nevada is fucking amazing, man. I remember trying Sierra Nevada Pale Ale on draft, and wow, it was amazing. But when I had 2 pints of Sierra Nevada Pale Ale, and that stuff is pretty strong. It's like 6.5% or something.
I think very highly of companies Sierra Nevada. I mean, I like West Coast. West Coast beers are pretty good. I think so. There's one called Boatswain, like it's named after the whistle. Yeah, there's a lot of breweries, man. Like every state in the country must have several craft breweries. But Swamp Ass. Oh, I was going to talk about the combination of Swamp Ass and Camel Toe for these women that wear these very very tight nylon lycra spandex yoga pants. They got the ass crack and the camel toe, and they're sweating because it's nylon. It's nylon, right? They're sweating up a storm. And did you know body odor is caused by the Brevi bacteria? The Brevi bacteria. Hold on. Ken Thiessen posted a message let me just double check and see what the message is about, because
Shut up.
you just tell. Yeah, no, he just sent me something. He doesn't know I'm live. So anyway, it doesn't matter if I shut off Messenger, I still get the damn jingle. All right, let me go to hold on. What's going on here? I wonder why it disappeared. It's that Pencil Neck Geek. It's that Pencil Neck Geek that owns StreamYard. Why do I have to go through the whole process all over again if I already had? Yeah, all right. So what's the big deal? Why is it? Oh, there it is. Well, if I had the page, why the fuck do I have to set it up again? You know, these fucking geeks, man. I hate their guts. I really do. If I had the page already preset, why do I have to set it up a second time? Jerk offs. All right, hold on. Let me see it. Tell me, gentlemen, if the thing spins, if the wheel spins. All right, I'm gonna start it. Valentine's Day bullshit. No, it's not hygienic. That's how you get fungal infections, there, Jeff. Valentine's Day bullshit. Now, did Mr. Jeff Zambello, did the wheel spin a lot better than it did last Sunday? It did. Eureka. I figured out how to make it work. All right. Because last week it was going like real slow, and then stop, and then it went blank, and then it moved a little bit more, but this time it's spun. All right. Valentine's Day bullshit. The Valentine's Day massacre on our wallets. It's when the retail business makes men feel guilty if they don't go out and splurge and get ripped off by restaurants and florists and greeting card companies like Hallmark and all their corny ass way of talking that people don't really speak like that anymore. So what do you think? We're talking about the Valentine's Day bullshit, Jordy.
Oh, Valentine's Day is a load of bullshit, Oh, let's fucking go crazy because it's Valentine's Day. Let's go and book a table and book a restaurant. No, let's just chill out,
Why do you have? If you took the girl out to a restaurant the night before or the night after, you would save a lot of money and you would get bigger portions. And guess what? You wouldn't have to wait over an hour for a table.
Yeah, Valentine's Day is a load of bullshit.
All right, hold on. Masumi, good morning to you and happy Monday in Tokyo, Japan. It is now a 4:58 a.m. Monday in Tokyo, Japan. So greetings and good morning to Masumi. All right.
Hello.
All right. Yeah, so that's the deal. with Valentine's Day. So let's go back to the wheel. And Jordy, let me know if the wheel spins pretty good this time compared to last Sunday, all right?
Yeah.
All right, here goes.
Yes, fucking perfect. What face is that?
Companies
Nailed it.
failed. Did it spin, Jordy?
Yeah, spinned.
It spin good. All right, good.
Who's the guy? Who's the face on the wheel? Who is that?
Oh, that's Michael Hilton.
Who is he?
It's a long story. I'll tell you another time.
All right.
Opportunistic greed and extortion to make men feel guilty. Then the credit card bill comes due next month, and the woman does not want to hear about the expensive and unnecessary credit card bill. You are right on the money. You are so right, Commodore Jeff Zambello. And you know what? Companies getting bailed out. You know, this bullshit about being too big to fail is a crock of shit. Capitalism is supposed to be competition, not monopolies. It's supposed to have healthy competition. And if you go into business and you fail, well, it's something that you did wrong with your company. You know, you didn't cut the mustard. And you know what? That's how the crab cake crumbles. You know, somebody's got to, for everybody who's a winner, there has to be losers. Not everybody can be a winner. Do I fill up my tank with gasoline or do I buy a dozen roses that wilt in 2 days? Now, it's funny you mentioned that. If you hang fresh flowers upside down on the wall, do you know they become preserved exactly as they are? They become perfect dry flowers. So putting roses in a vase of water, forget about it. They'll be dead in 2 days. They'll be wilted. But if you hang those same roses or carnations or whatever upside down on the wall, they will become preserved, perfect dry flowers. So there's a little consumer tip for you people out there.
Okay.
And another tip: if you're in a public place and you find cash on the floor, let's say it's a bar and it's like the lights are dim, and you in the corner of your eye you see like what might be $60 on the floor. Don't make it obvious and pick it up and says, "Has anyone lost $60?" Because everybody's going to raise their hand.
Just be cool about it.
Everybody's going to say, "Oh, it's mine." "Oh, no, it's mine." "What are you talking about?" "It's mine."
Pick it up and put it in your pocket.
No, wait a minute. There's a way of doing it. Not to make it obvious. You crouch down and make believe you're tying one of your shoes. You undo your lace. As soon as you crouch down, you undo your lace. As you're making believe you're tying your shoe or retying it, you put your foot right on top of the money. You put your foot right on top of the cash. And then after you tie your shoe, you sneak it into your hand. Get it? So the money is not seen anymore. It's under your shoe. You never make it obvious.
Yeah.
But if the man does not buy those dozen roses, that sex will be withheld. Yeah, sex is a weapon. Well, that's why a lot of married men are pussy whipped.
Exactly. That's why men are fucking whipped by women. It's to do with all the pussy.
Yeah, the wives of the boss and say, "I don't like your hobbies. I don't like your friends. Why do you have to go? You have to go on the air. Why do you have to go on the air again? I don't want you to do that. You gotta do this. You gotta do that. You gotta do this. You gotta do that." So, and if they have a child with you, forget it. They got you legally. You're screwed. They got you over the barrel.
Yeah.
sex will be withheld. This is a
You're
form,
not pulling your own finger. They're pulling your fingers for you.
this is a form of extortion from greedy marketing executive on Madison Avenue in New York City. Yes, between Wall Street and Madison Avenue. This is, you would call it Satan's headquarters of capitalism, would be Wall Street and Madison Avenue. And but companies, look, man, there should be healthy competition, no monopolies, and you have to, just like when you buy common stocks, you have to know that what you're doing is speculative, and there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee that your company can successfully compete. So what you have to do is you have to have the right people working for you. You have to have the talent, the brains, so to speak. You gotta be ahead of the competition. It could be 24/7 research and development, whatever you can afford, or maybe you're brilliant. Maybe it's a one or two people own the company, but they're engineers and they're brilliant engineers. All it takes is one revolutionary idea. Satan's headquarters of capitalistic extortion is located on Wall Street and Madison Avenue, New York City. You are so right, co-host Commodore Jeff Zambello. You are so right, and you're so correct that I need to attempt to play a dating game song, Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. Hold on. There you go. In honor of Jeff Zambello, Ronnie S. Welcome, Ronnie S.
Hey, James. Hey, Commodore. Jordy.
Jordy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ronnie, how are you doing, my friend?
What's up, man?
is here.
What are you drinking, mate?
The Sunshine State of Florida, the Clearwater.
That's right.
Madison Avenue entices working class people to go into insurmountable debt to buy a brand new 4x4 SUV when they live on flat roads. Yeah, and when they don't live in in areas where they have bad winters either, in the southern states, they go into debt because maybe, you know what it is, they feel that people are going to criticize them for not driving what is in style. You know, they care.
Did you do the wheel, James?
Oh yeah, it works now because I have it on Mozilla instead of Chrome.
It's a lot faster.
Who's in the middle?
I got StreamYard. Well, you know who's in the middle. I got the evangelist, the TV evangelist,
Mr. Hilton.
Yeah, I have a StreamYard on Chrome and the wheel on.
Michael Hilton has one weird ass face.
All right, here we
So
go.
this is companies bailed out.
Yeah, well, I was saying that this whole deal of being too big
to fail.
fail, like we're supposed to have healthy competition, not monopolies.
Yeah.
And,
Well, we don't.
No, we don't. And if your company goes under, belly up, it could be your own fault.
Should be your own fault, but
It should be your own fault. Okay, here we go.
Conviction of a Delusional.
That
Oh,
sounds
wow.
like a song that Jordy would write.
Yeah, it does. That's my new song, man. Out in stores next week.
We're gonna jam on Palm Sunday next week. I'll be going live in the living room.
Are you gonna bring your palms?
I'm gonna bring this motherfucking thing.
Unless I get up
Woo-hoo!
at if I get up at 8:30, if I go to 8:30 a.m. mass, I can get my palms.
Well, they have masses after that.
Yeah, but I'll be on the live show, so I'll have to go. I'll have to go get my palms and leave.
Well, what time you go live at 3 o'clock? So you can go
Yeah,
to you can go to the 11 o'clock mass or something.
there is none. There's only like in the morning and 5:30 p.m.
There's
But-
usually like one midday in almost every church.
Well,
that
there
I've seen.
should be. There should be. But
Because that's what's called the family.
the
mass.
priest is becoming the Philippine priest is becoming a royal pain in the ass lately. He's getting arrogant and standoffish all of a sudden, and he needs maybe to get pile driven.
Oh, didn't you say you live right next to the church? Right
Yeah.
next door?
Yes, I'm 10 seconds.
What do you got? You got to roll out of bed and just walk over.
I'm gonna walk outside like Vinny the Chin Gigante when he had his pajamas
Yeah.
on in New York
Yeah,
City.
yeah.
House coat on.
I'm gonna be walking, and then I'm gonna grab the palms, and I'm going to in my palm, and then I'm gonna come back in the house.
When he did that, he was trying to act like he was crazy, right? That was his defense, his legal defense.
Yeah, so the FBI would leave
Yeah.
him alone.
To say he was like he had Alzheimer's or something, right?
Yeah, something like that. He was he was like senile or something.
Yeah.
Dementia. Slim
I don't
Whip-
think they didn't go for it though. I don't think.
Oh no, they didn't.
I
go.
remember that story.
You know that Mitsubishi makes a 3-cylinder now that's pretty roomy inside, believe it or not. Scottish women follow him like the mice follow the Pied Piper. The
Of
Scottish
course they fucking do.
James, did you watch any of the WrestleMania last night?
no,
They are always under my
I
coat.
didn't. I
Yeah,
didn't. But
WrestleMania. Now they do it 2 days, Saturday and Sunday.
I know one thing's for sure: the results will most likely be on YouTube videos when I go to YouTube.
Yeah, I might watch it tonight. I think they saved the majority of the big matches for tonight. I don't know why they do it 2 days.
Yeah, what does that mean? That people have to return back to the same arena?
I don't know how the tickets work. Yeah.
I mean, that would be annoying if I had to like leave. and then
Or
go back.
what if you buy the ticket and it's only good for 1 day? You know?
Oh,
Yep.
and McMahon is trying to extort more money out of people by having them go buy 2
It
tickets.
could be. I don't really know. I didn't look into it at all. The ticket situation.
But
I'll tell you, I checked it out a little bit last night. I got pretty bored. I mean, they had a lot of nonsense
Yo, Daryl.
matches on last night.
yeah, well, their writers are running out of material, I guess. Hey, Daryl Messias from Northern California. Happy greetings and to all Christians and Catholics. Today is the 5th Sunday of Lent, and tomorrow
No, it's
and
not. Oh, the 5th Sunday. Yeah.
5th, and next Sunday is Palm Sunday, then followed by Good
Easter.
Friday and Easter Sunday. Now,
Don't forget Holy Thursday.
oh yeah, they're having a mass on Thursday.
Holy Thursday, Good Friday, Holy Saturday, and then Easter Sunday.
Well, I can't complain because all I need to do is just like drag my feet in my pajamas.
So is it literally next door?
I don't wear
right there?
Yeah, it's there's one residence between me and the church. So I have.
Is it a house or an apartment building?
It's a small apartment building, but I'm like 10-second walk.
Yeah,
It's like not even 30 seconds, and I'm at the church.
that's good.
Yeah, you know.
I always thought it's good to live in close proximity to a church.
Well, it's good luck.
Yeah, it should be.
And this church was built in 1906. This is like a huge church. It's like historic.
Those are the best kind, and they look beautiful inside, right?
Oh yeah, it's all stone like a castle.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
old school. and it's
The
called.
ones they make these days, it's all modernized.
I don't like the modernized ones.
No.
It's called the Church of the Holy Rosary, and the only thing they do that's modern is you don't have real candles lit. You have those
Yeah.
the LEDs that flick. I have them here. It's a wax candle.
I don't like that.
You put the battery in the bottom,
Yeah.
and it has an LED that goes.
Yeah. Why can't they have a real candle?
Yeah, I love the smell of real candles lit. Are you kidding? It gives off that aroma.
Yeah.
You know, but now we were I mentioned a news clip that you might want to say something about. South Carolina wants to.
I heard you say that. I was watching.
Oh, you heard it. Okay, all right.
The
So
kombucha. Yeah.
Which is very low gravity alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, you said it was low gravity. It's not even low gravity. It's like 0.05, something like that. It's nothing.
It might even be lower than low gravity beer.
Oh, it is. That's not considered low gravity. It's 0.05, something like that. Yeah, it's very, very, very almost nothing.
0.05. I've pissed more alcohol than that. Fucking hell.
Of course you do.
It's just an excuse to raise extra revenue for the state. But anyway, or maybe to justify their pay raises. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, I'm obviously against that issue.
No, I think public servants should go back to being public servants.
Well, I don't think they ever were, really. You know.
No, they have a lot of things going on the side. Remember Charlie Rangel, the Democrat from Harlem?
Yeah. I remember him.
Oh, hold on for a second.
He's kind of like an Al Sharpton type, right?
Yeah, hold on for.
I think there's somebody at his door.
Yeah, I think so. I heard like a buzzer ringing or something.
Maybe it's the priest.
Yeah, Jehovah's Witness. Would you like to talk about God? No, fuck off.
Well, he lives right next door to the church. That's why I said maybe it's the priest.
Maybe. True. How you doing, Ronnie, anyway? Cheers to you, man. You're a cool cat, by the way.
Cheers, Jordy. Cheers, Commodore. Commodore, are you going to do any workouts today?
You tried this, Ronnie?
No. California? No.
Sierra Nevada. Yeah.
You know, I have a problem that I've been belly aching about for the 3 years I've been here. My mailbox, everyone's mailbox has a button that you buzz. Well, guess what? My button is the only one that's lit up. Everyone else's button is not lit.
Your button is lit up?
My button under my mailbox is lit up. So anytime someone needs to get in that doesn't have their key or something, they press my button. It's not fair, you know, and they agreed with me. Right. That's not fair. You know, everybody that wants to get in, press it. I says, yeah, well, how come either have them all not lit up or have them all lit? Don't just have my button lit, like either all dead or all lit.
So what just happened right there where you had to go?
Somebody needed to get in and they saw my button lit up and they pressed my button.
They had to get into their mailbox?
James, do you live in like an apartment?
It was like an easy way for them to get in because maybe they forgot the key. You know, there's really a lot of fucking idiots in
James,
society.
do you live like in an apartment with like different houses in one building? So like there's many people.
I'm in an apartment building. I'm on the second floor. You know.
Do you have does your door go to the outside or you have to go through like a hallway?
No, I go down into a hallway and I go down the staircase.
So it's inside though. You don't have a door to the outside.
And then there's another staircase going to the laundry room down in the basement. And then,
now, do you have homeless people around there that go inside?
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case. No, wait, no, it's we have the good thing is we have locked mailboxes.
Mm-hmm.
They're all locked because I don't trust. There's a lot of really low class crooks today. You know, petty thieves.
Has the quality of life in your neighborhood gone down over the past 2 years, like it has in New York City?
Yes, and I'll tell you what has gone down. There have been people Not all, not across the street. That's where all the multi-million-dollar homes are. On this side, where the apartment buildings are, there have been people that just like they'll hang out in front of the place and they'll talk real loud, and they sound like a bunch of fucking retards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I don't hang out in front of the place. Only low-class people hang out.
You don't sit on the porch or the stoop.
No, I don't. Yeah, I know what you're thinking of, but I don't sit on the porch.
What am I thinking of?
No, I don't want to say it. So, I mean, if I had a deck, like if I had access to a deck in the back, that's a totally different story.
That would be nice. That's what I have here. So
yeah,
I have a little balcony here.
When I lived in Lodi, I had a backyard. I used to go live outside. I used to barbecue outside.
Did you have a house?
Yeah, I had a garden. I had tomatoes and eggplant and peppers and all that growing. I don't have access to that, so that's why I have a big garden. Not a garden. That's why I have
plants,
cacti and succulent exotic plants inside, because I miss having nature around me.
Yeah.
So that's why I did what I did.
So if you don't mind saying, why did you move?
Well, after my mom passed away, my sister had the expenses were too high, so we left the house. And
did you live with your sister in the house?
Yeah, but then eventually she moved in with her at her boyfriend's house, But so it was me and my mother. I took care of her overnight. She got sick, and long story short, I was lucky enough to get a very reasonable apartment. A remodeled apartment, but a very reasonable discounted apartment. I'll leave it at that. But anyway, so I was lucky. The woman that was here had to move out firm in a moment because she was physically handicapped and she needed to move somewhere where they had an elevator. And she couldn't do the stairs. So they called me. They called me to come see the apartment, and I got very, very lucky. Knock on wood. All right, so back to the subject. Perception is
what does this mean?
Is not proven fact. Perception is like somebody saying that their religion is correct and your religion is wrong.
Oh, I hate that bullshit.
Like Michael Hilton, right?
They perceive whatever their thoughts are, they concoct their own reality.
And you're wrong if you think otherwise. All that kind of shit. Yeah. I hate that. I know what you're talking about.
Well, he doesn't have a front lawn though.
No, we don't have any lanterns in the. No, we have outdoor porch lights.
Do you have a lawn in the front?
Very, very tiny lawn.
It's just concrete.
Yeah. Well, we have a little bit of greenery, a little baby lawn with a white picket fence, and there's landscaping, there's shrubbery, whatever. And then we have the sidewalk, but we have very bright LED lights around this area outside. Yeah. So anyway, perception. Perception is not proven fact. It's like somebody saying, well, this is the way I see it, not the way it is.
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's the way you see it. That's what perception is.
Yeah, perception. So
how do you perceive it?
So somebody else comes along and says, look, I want to debate you, but I'm going to show you documents. I'm going to show you proven facts to support my debating you. So then I show the facts, and you most likely you're going to say, I don't believe it. I'm going to continue believing my opinion. That most people do that. It's like ego, But look, if you show me some and they're real, I could be convinced to go to your side.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
because it's like I like to think like Mr. Spock on Star Trek. I like to live with logic.
You're not always right. You're not. If you
I'm
can
not always
be,
right.
if you can be convinced otherwise, then that's fine.
You
But you
know,
gotta be,
like
you gotta be convinced.
like when Ronald Theriot does like a history lesson about something, and he mentions something I never heard before, and I
Hmm.
go, wow, I didn't know that. That's fascinating.
Hmm.
All right, so I'm open-minded to learn things I never knew before.
But some people are too entrenched in what they believe,
Yeah,
and they won't change no matter what.
yeah, exactly, Ronnie.
They won't change
Because
no
it's
matter what.
become part of their personality sometimes.
It's who they are and all that
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
it's like when somebody wants to make a law which is against the Constitution. They want to make a law based on their religious cult. Well, you haven't been able to, not you per se, them, they haven't been able to prove that their God exists. So how can they make a federal law based on their religion? You know?
James, you are not getting it.
Sorry.
On the front
Only for
sections
that.
of Garfield, New Jersey home, there are lantern holders with dark complexion. No, we don't have those here. Cream of wheat cereal.
I don't get it. What does he mean?
No, he's talking about those things that they don't have anymore. The lawn jockeys. The lawn jockeys.
So now Commodore is typing in the YouTube chat instead of the private chat.
Well, because he supposedly says he has a colleague in the office. He's in the office now.
What are you doing in the
have a
office on a
colleague? Go
Sunday?
open up your microphone. Oofa, what's going on here? What are you? What
He's not in the office. He works from home. Hey, Commodore. Calm down over there.
Oh, you're talking about the lawn jockeys. You know, there's a company in New Jersey, believe it or not, in New Jersey, not in the South, that still makes them, the original old-fashioned lawn jockeys. Yeah.
What do you mean? What is that?
Well, it's a little statue with a little, like a red old-fashioned jockey uniform. You know, like the servants on the plantations down south.
No, what is a jockey? Like
Well, jockeys like hold on. And they're off.
Oh.
And they're statues of color.
Okay.
And they have like red lips painted on them.
They have those in New Jersey?
Well, the company still makes them, but people don't have them because they're considered racist.
They used to have them?
Yeah, rich people used to have them on their front lawns.
Oh shit! Did you spin the wheel again?
Well, people in this not yet. I'm not
doing
that. People in the suburbs, usually people with money in the suburbs.
The suburbs of New Jersey.
Nah, the suburbs in general, like anybody who was like upper middle class or higher usually had one. It was a style. You know,
when was this the style?
Yeah, like low income people from the tropics would have two plastic pink flamingos in front of their house.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
It was, it's like you could have pink flamingos if you want, because you're in Florida. But,
could, right?
But
it's a little tacky though. A little tacky.
Yeah, I know. I wouldn't do that. But I had a lobster from the dollar. What's his name? Jeff loved it. I had a plastic lobster and a plastic crab in my garden that I got at the Dollar Tree. You know.
Where's that guy? What a weird looking dude. I thought I was weird looking. What a right.
Yes, it's voters' rights.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Everybody that has a photo driver's license or a motor vehicle photo ID.
You have to have an ID, right?
Right.
I've got an ID.
In order to get those IDs, you have to present your original birth certificate with the raised seal. Which
James, do
why?
you want to see my fucking ID?
I'm
My
going to lose my
passport.
train of thought. What's that?
Do you want to see my passport? Look at that.
I don't want to. No, I don't need to see your papers.
I was just showing it for the laugh.
Oh, you want to show me your papers?
Jordy,
All
you
right,
have a Vax card?
Take a Vax card.
All
no.
right.
What's that?
Listen, Mr. Lobster. I want to address Commodore Jeff Zambella. The people that have pineapples, either door knockers or pineapples that say welcome. A lot of people in New England
Pineapples?
have them. Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Yes, sir. Yes, welcome with a pineapple, and there's a history behind it.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't have the history in front of me. If Jeff Zambello or somebody wants to Google it, but New Englanders, it's popular to have a pineapple that says welcome. All right, he's absolutely correct.
Now, what is the Commodore doing in that picture there?
He's in front of
Put the picture up.
him. He's
Yeah,
in front of his
the
desk.
comment. The comment.
Oh, wait a minute. The pineapple? Oh, he's in kettlebell competition. He's competing at a kettlebell swinging event.
Commodore, you're awesome.
Now, is it true that the Commodore
you
has
are.
balls of steel,
Titanium. He has titanium balls.
unbreakable balls?
He has balls of titanium with hair on. Well, I don't know. I had never seen him, but I know figuratively, he has titanium balls.
No raisin balls for the Commodore.
No raisin
balls. What, somebody explain to me what the fuck is raisin balls?
No Rice Krispie balls. No.
What is that? What is raisin balls?
Jordy doesn't know what a raisin ball is.
No.
Well, what is a raisin to you? It's a small dehydrated fruit, right?
Yeah.
Well, if somebody lacks manhood or testosterone, and
I get it. Oh, raisin balls. Right.
then they have shrunken balls, right? And what was I was telling
fuck yeah, that's brilliant. I love that.
To make poor people go out and purchase another form of ID just to vote is a form of voter.
But what is it? What do you mean another form of ID though?
Well, Republicans wanted people, poor people, to get a separate ID, a separate voter.
Why is it separate? What's wrong with the first one?
Yeah, what is wrong with the driver's license?
Does it? I don't think there is any. The thing is, I think they were saying you just need to have a photo ID, any photo ID.
Right. So
just like when you go to buy alcohol, they're gonna ask you for an ID. Most of the time. So when you go to vote, what's wrong with asking for your ID?
Ronnie, you look young as fuck. You must get ID'd all the time. Me personally, I get ID'd all the time, bro. Ronnie, you look young as fuck, so you'll get ID'd all the time. I bet you. Every time you buy a beer.
I don't get ID'd all the time.
There's a what do you call it?
Pain in the dick.
A hologram inside the card. It's like, in other words, there could be a chip in there we don't even know. I mean, you can look.
I wish
you can gather all the information you need from
above average, Commodore.
A photo ID. I have a passport card with my photo on it, and I have a driver's license. So I have two. It's always good to have
I used to have that, but I lost my passport at LaGuardia Airport last year.
And nobody returned it from.
Nobody returned it. I was using Frontier Airlines. It's the worst airline. You heard of them, right?
No, but
Frontier.
Sounds like Pterodactyl Airlines of Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, I have some pterodactyl birds over here.
Yeah, I can hear them.
So nobody from
Nobody returned
New
it.
York City at LaGuardia had the courtesy to turn in your passport.
Well, I'm telling you, I was using. I don't. You never heard of Frontier Airlines? It's one of the two worst airlines, the cheapest and the worst. The other one is Spirit.
Oh, I hate Spirit. I took them once. Oh, I despise.
And then this year, Spirit bought out Frontier, so now they're a part of Spirit.
So what do they have? Like a hot air balloon now?
What do
They
you
have
mean?
like a dirigible, right?
Why do you say that?
Well, it's I'm making jokes about low budget airlines.
And you know what? It's not even like people go the cheap route because the base price is cheap. This can be a whole nother topic. But then they add on the, you gotta pay for your seat separately. You gotta pay for the bag. So by the end of what everything you pay for, you could have just went to Delta and paid that price, and you would have had way better service.
If you want a blanket, they make you buy it. If they want this and that, a pillow.
Yeah, they do. You do have to pay for a blanket and a pillow.
You know, United Airlines told me there was Wi-Fi, but it never worked.
United,
And
United has a good reputation, though.
Yeah, but even with the seat all the way back, my knees kept on rubbing up against the seat in front of me, and their seat was forward. It's like everybody's crammed together.
Yeah. Yes, flying has really become a real pain. It's not enjoyable to fly.
Jordy has a harem. That's because he's a performing artist. That's why.
Yeah, that is why.
Border rights. If you have the photo ID from the Division of Motor Vehicles, you got the ID you need because you have to show your birth certificate. Somebody's blowing a horn like
there.
I hear birds. I hear.
Is it too noisy for you guys?
No, I like it.
See, if I was on Ron's show, he would mute me.
Oh, well, yeah.
You were on Ron's show today before?
No, not today. But I'm saying if I do, whenever I join, he cannot put up with any background noise.
No. Ron is very sensitive to sounds. Like I got the fan. I got the big.
You can't even have your fan on. No.
He says, "What's that humming?" I hear a humming.
Yeah, he doesn't like any of that stuff.
James,
he'll mute you. He doesn't want to hear it.
Like, James, you want to know what I love about your show? Like, I can come on here, be myself, and I can even I swear a lot. I can swear on here. I can talk to you guys about anything. Ronald doesn't like swearing. I love Ronald. I think he's cool.
You could say cocksucker. You could say motherfucker. You can even say cocksucking motherfucker.
Cocksucking motherfucker.
But you know what, James?
No, I love Ronald.
Do you ever watch Ron's beer reviews? That he does.
No, he's not.
His have to be G-rated because he gets.
But
money
I'm saying
from...
the ones that are not live. He just does some beer. Do you watch them?
No.
Yeah, I watch Louisiana beer reviews all the time.
Well, what he does is he comes out in his backyard and he reviews the beer, and he has birds in the background and stuff.
Yeah, you hear him going. Quack.
But then when he goes live, he doesn't want to have any kind of thing like that.
Yeah,
it has
but
to be
in the
quiet.
backyard with sound.
He's just trying to make it professional, I think.
That's what I've brought it up to him before. How come you don't go live in the backyard?
Oh, it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, pre-recorded ones. Yeah.
And
if you watch them, he has all kinds of stuff going on in the background.
You see, I honestly think his shows are G-rated because he wants it to be child-friendly, so he gets the money from YouTube. Because
that is why. That probably is why. I don't mind that. I don't mind the no cursing.
It's not that he's like a religious fanatic and he's like,
no, because if you're monetized, you're not supposed to curse. Anybody is like that. Any channel.
See when I post YouTube videos, my beer reviews.
I don't think you're supposed to curse if you're monetized.
Is your video made for kids? Is your video made for kids? And I always tick no. Is it fuck? I'm not making video for fucking kids. Fuck off.
No,
you know what I mean?
Ron is not making videos for kids either because he's doing beer reviews. It's not.
Well, I don't want to be censored. Yeah. I don't want to be. I don't like being censored. It's like my aunt, she used to tell me when I was young, ooh, graduate from college, you get yourself a nice white collar job, a corporate. I can't bite my tongue. So how could I be corporate if I can't? I mean, I got dress clothes galore. I got nice ties, dress shirts, slacks. I got what I can't bite my tongue.
James, what did you do? You're retired, right? What did you do for? I know you said you were in the Teamster. Were you like a bricklayer or something?
Well, no. Well, first I worked for. I graduated for computer networking technician. I was in revenue recovery for a bit at UPS Hub, through an agency. I did a personal training, nutritional consultant for many years. I was a seafood worker for 10 years, filleting fish.
So how were you in the Teamsters Union?
That was Teamster because I was part of the Butchers Union, and on my card it said AFL-CIO.
James, tell us about when you worked with seafood.
Oh, I cut and filleted every fucking thing.
Was it at a wholesale place or what?
No. It was retail fish market.
Retail fish.
Or
Yeah, people used to come in and look for me because I did a.
Is that where the restaurants went? Like Restaurant Depot? Or...
Oh no, restaurants still go like to Fulton Fish Market at 2 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they'll go like.
Oh, so you sold straight to the public, like a fish market,
right? Yeah,
and there was a union for that.
Yeah,
a fishmonger.
Yeah, but not if you go like to an Asian market and like if you go to H Mart, which is Korean, you go to their fish department.
Where did you work? In New Jersey?
In New Jersey, yeah, in Bergen County, but North American Lobster Company. But if you go, of course, to the Asian places, those people are non-union.
Well, yeah, of course, yeah.
So they probably get diddly dick, salaries and no benefits. And,
yeah.
They.
Now, do you know if that union that you were in is it still around?
Yeah, they send me a pension.
Well, you're one of the lucky few that still gets a pension.
I just want to say, by the way, I love Ronald Theriot. I think he's brilliant. I don't want to give off the wrong impression or anything.
Yeah, he's definitely cool. I think he's a little bit uptight with the background stuff.
Well, yeah, he is.
I like birds singing because it's Mother Nature.
Mm-hmm.
I like the flora and the fauna and communing with
it's nice.
Mother Nature. It's nice.
I'm telling you, if you watch his pre-recorded reviews, he has a lot of that stuff in the background.
He's in his yard.
I even like wind chimes.
Yeah.
Like if you hung up a wind chime.
I have one here, but it's not windy right now. I have one right behind me.
Yeah, you kind of need wind.
Just touch it a wee bit. Let's hear it. Just do that to it. Touch it.
I could do that.
Go for it.
A second. Crystal pendulum. Do you think is feng shui correct when they say wind chimes bring good chi energy into the home? Yes. Do you like Michael Hilton's head in the center of the spinning wheel?
Is James' haircut awesome? Yes, it is.
Now, Michael was talking about how he was rowing a boat recently. Is it true that Michael Hilton was mentioning that he was rowing a boat? Really? Was it gently down the stream? And was he saying, merrily, merrily, life is but a dream?
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream.
See, it's going counterclockwise.
Yeah.
Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Oh, man. All right, back to the wheel. Let's see
Awesome.
what we got going here with the Speak of the Devil. There he is.
Michael helped his faces on the wheel, and he lit up the weird looking ass guy. Who the fuck is it? Designed to what? Designed to
All right, now. Hey, why is my voice echoing back? Somebody trying to sabotage me? Hey.
I have no idea.
Oh,
Where's Ronnie?
wait a minute, Jordy. Hold on. Am I echoing back? Oh, something. Jordy, you gotta shut. If you're watching the show on YouTube, you gotta mute the sound from whatever.
Oh.
Hello? Oh, wait a second.
Yeah.
Hello? Hello. Yeah, you must have been.
Me?
Yeah, was anybody? Did anybody have the? If anybody is watching the show on YouTube, you have to. I'm not saying who it is, but you have to mute the sound on YouTube because you're listening unless you're not live. Well, no, if you're live, well, yeah, if you're live, you got to mute the sound on the YouTube channel. That's what I'm saying. If you're on the show live, you got to mute the sound because otherwise people start echoing back.
Sorry, James, was that me? I'm sorry if that was my fault. Sorry. I have no idea if it was me. The only tab I have open, and it's the only tab I've got open is the StreamYard one. It might be my speakers. I've got my speakers, so it might be them. Jordy, it might be my fault.
Jordy, it stopped. It's not happening anymore.
What happened?
Oh
no, my voice was echoing back at me, so somebody might have had the volume on.
Maybe it was the Commodore Jeff Zambello.
That was watching the show on the YouTube channel. You have to mute that. All right. So anyway, obsolescence, design obsolescence. Now my voice is coming back at me. Anybody on the YouTube channel, please mute the sound, please.
Maybe it's you, James.
Hold on. Is it me?
Hold on for a second. No, it stopped. It stopped again. I bet it's that pencil neck geek that owns StreamYard.
I'm sorry if it's me. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. It just came and went.
Yeah,
design obsolescence is like an appliance that is built to burn out after a certain amount of usage. It's designed to just die. It could be microwave. It could
James,
be,
what are these topics? These are some real off-the-wall topics.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Because you know how long this has been going on? You know how many appliances my sister bought that burned out after a short period of time? You know,
because they all come from China, and then there's no. They're not designed for long-term use.
Listen,
because they're cheap. They're cheap. You want to be cheap, you got to pay. You got to pay for it again.
I remember incandescent light bulbs that would burn out really quick. It's design obsolescence.
They can't be cheap. You can buy things, but you can't buy things from mass-produced Chinese factories.
Right. It's like buying a Honda and then turning around and buying a Ford and expecting a Ford to give.
Well, I don't know if a Ford has such a great reputation, to tell you the truth.
No, I'm saying a Honda has way superior quality than a Ford.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, or let's say an Acura or even like a Mercedes. You know,
Even
but
a Nissan.
a Nissan.
Nissans have good motors.
I rented one time in South Florida when one of my Florida Keys trips. I rented a Nissan Altima from Fort Lauderdale. I think it
Hmm.
was called Hollywood Fort Lauderdale Airport, and let me tell you,
That is what it's called.
it was smooth. It was very smooth riding, and it had fantastic mileage.
Yeah,
Nissan Altima. It was
it
really
does. Yeah.
a great car. So
I have
yeah,
a Nissan Murano.
now a Nissan Murano is a standard size
It's an
Nissan.
SU. It's an SUV.
Oh, okay.
And
Now,
then the model after that is the Nissan Rogue.
the road. Now the Maxima is their sedan, their large sedan, right?
I think so. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the Nissan Maxima, and the Sentra I think is their subcompact. The Nissan Sentra. If
Yeah. The Sentra is pretty small.
if somebody, yeah, it's too small for me. I need leg room, and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, because I'm tall. Now, if you
How tall are you?
6'1",
Oh wow! I didn't think you were that
One?
tall.
mm-hmm.
You're taller
I'm
than
5
me.
foot. You're an inch taller than me. You're
I'm
one inch taller
5'11".
than me. You're 5'11".
6'1".
I wouldn't have pictured you so tall, James. To tell you the truth.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty tall.
Ron is not that tall. Ronald Theriot, when he
He's
came
pretty
up.
short, right? But when I saw the video when he came up to visit, you weren't like towering over him though.
Well, I'm not 6'9". I'm not like Ernie Ladd,
But I have heard that Ron is pretty short, and if you're 6'1", that's pretty tall. 6'1" is pretty tall.
What was that? I remember there was a Louisiana beer reviews live stream, and
No, it
James,
was a progressive discussions, and you went live from, I think it was a seafood place in the Bronx.
Yeah,
Oh.
Johnny's Reef in
yeah,
in the Bronx, that's near the Long Island Sound, City Island, Bronx.
City Island.
Let
Hmm.
me tell you, it's like there's a park there. You can hear a pin drop. Even City Island is like super quiet. There's no graffiti. There's no riffraff. All the residential homes are manicured. It's like you would never know that you were in a part of New York. Never.
Well, not all of New York is bad,
I mean, New York.
and not all of the Bronx is bad. There's a lot of nice areas in the Bronx.
James,
Yeah.
you live in
An
in a
Italian
New York apartment. James, you live in a New York apartment, don't you?
No, I don't live in New
James
York.
lives in New Jersey,
I live in New Jersey.
which is a small suburb of New York.
I always thought you lived in New York. Why did I always think you?
No, I'm in New Jersey, but
New Jersey is a small extension of the state of New York.
well, north.
Oh, yeah, that's what. Okay.
I'm northeastern New Jersey. Is a part of the tri-state area.
I'm saying for international people, that's kind of how they would see it,
Yeah, like Southern Connecticut, like where Stamford is, and Norwalk.
That's the tri-state area.
That's part of they're a suburb of New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Westchester County is a suburb of New York City. Yonkers, White Plains,
Nassau County, Suffolk County.
Yeah, Nassau County. Mineola is well, that's on the North Shore.
Yeah, but I think all of Long Island is considered a suburb of New York City.
Uniondale is the Nassau Coliseum, right?
Yes.
Uniondale.
Yeah.
That's where that's where they used to play, the Long Island Ducks. They have a new stadium now, or a new. I don't know if they call it a Coliseum.
Long Island Ducks. I thought they moved.
No, not the Ducks. the Long Island. The Islanders. Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
I think they were taking the Coliseum down, and
I think they should name more professional teams after insects, like the gnats.
there used to be a Nats.
Like
Oh
what
no,
about
the Nets, not
the
the
Nets?
Nets.
They should
Yeah.
change it to the Nats. The
Well,
Nats.
Oh,
they
the
have the
net.
Nationals, and you can shorten that to the Nats. Sometimes
Or
sometimes they call them the Nats.
if somebody invented the ultimate sports car and they wanted Ronnie Simpson to be the first one to drive it, and
I'll be
they
right
gave,
back, James.
I'm asking him a question. I'll save it when he comes back. Anyway, so gentlemen, what are you drinking now, there, Jordy?
Oh, what am I drinking?
Anything particularly special there? Oh, look at that. Beer, deluxe beer.
Yeah,
Where's that from?
it's basically from France. French. It's basically cheap French lager. Cheap French lager. Yeah. It's nice. It's in the glass here.
Cheap French lager. I like the color. It's a nice brown. It's like a medium brown, or would you call that dark amber?
I would call that a straw color with a little bit of haze, a tiny bit of haze.
A
And
straw color. You know,
carbonation.
they used to back in the day, mattresses were filled with straw. That's how they made mattresses for bed. When I went to the House of the Seven Gables in Salem, Massachusetts, the mattresses had straw inside. You
So what
know,
I call here, this is my pillow for my bed, but it's Egyptian cotton. Egyptian cotton. That's what you want. Egyptian cotton.
Egyptian cotton.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
about hemp? Hemp is supposed to be the best material.
Oh, hemp? Hemp is from Canada's.
Well, I got this from Amazon. It's like a fleece or a velour, more like a fleece.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
You know, I got it in black, and I got it in red.
Where are you filming? Are you filming in your bedroom or your living room or what? I've never known that before. You've got like some red flag behind you.
No,
Like,
I brought it with me. I'm in the Mega Life 21 studios,
the
broadcasting
studio.
studio.
That's awesome.
I was gonna ask Ronnie asked if somebody created the ultimate.
They call me Ronnie the Snake.
Ronnie the Snake.
Ronnie the Snake. I get that.
If somebody built the
You
ultimate,
dirty bastard. I fucking love that. Ronnie the Snake.
if somebody
that?
built the ultimate sports car,
Because you're always getting those women to drain that snake.
and said, Ronnie, you want to be the first one to drive? We'll give it to you for free.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said.
If somebody built the ultimate sports car and they picked Ronnie S to drive it, and you'll be the first to have one for free. The only thing is the car is called Super Fart. Would you drive it?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I don't care what it's called.
But you got to have those speakers, those bass speakers in
How
the
about
car. So you're
Jeff
driving.
Bella, would you drive a car called Super Fart?
I would drive a car called Super
The
Fart.
Commodore would have to drive a car called Balls of Steel.
Oh yes, that
Yeah,
was.
I have a hood ornament of two gonads, two silver gonads. Like, remember when the Cadillacs used to have the girl with the hair going backwards? Yeah.
What was the one they had where you can put it on the middle and it would dance like a hula dancer?
Wait a minute, a hood ornament?
Not the hood. It was inside the car, like in the middle. You can put it there.
What kind of car with
I
Commodore?
don't know. I don't know.
Any kind of car.
Like
There's Ronald.
something with the Hulk on it because the
Ronald
Commodore,
Theriot,
Commodore is the human Hulk.
Hold on.
Hey, Ronald Theriot.
Respect for Ronald Theriot. Silencio.
Everybody bow down.
I traded the Ram. I traded the Ram 1500 work truck for a 2021 Nissan Versa, and is that bigger than the Visa? And got a $2,500 in cash in the trade. Oh, that's right.
I think he spoke about this before.
He had damage because of the hurricane.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Whoa! My freaking.
Why don't you send Ronald the link?
Oh wow, Ronald's coming on. That's amazing.
He comes on here and there sometimes.
Oh, there we
That'd be cool. I've not spoken to Ronald in a while.
go.
Next weekend.
Why don't you send Ronald the link? What's up, Ron?
I
Oh,
did.
oh, what's coming on? How you doing?
He comes on here and there
Right.
sometimes.
Right.
Cool.
When,
Is your microphone working, Ron?
hey, how come somebody voice? Hey, whoa, how come I hear somebody echoing back at me? What's going on? If you're watching the YouTube channel, please mute it.
Well, that only started
Forgot that I had
when Ron came
Oh,
on.
you did it. All right. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I'll lower it now. Now my voice is lower.
So what's the
forgot
history lesson of today?
I forgot that I was listening to my own thing. Sorry about that.
It
I
happens.
apologize.
It happens to
That's all right.
everybody.
It happens. It happens.
As soon
Do you
as I
have any
realized
history
that-
lessons for us, Ronald?
Yes. Yes.
What you got?
2 history lessons. First thing, hello everybody. Second thing, yes, I did trade in the Ram. I did trade in the Ram truck for the Nissan Versa, and I got a credit of $2,500 because
That's
yeah,
pretty
the
good.
truck was damaged. And the truck was damaged by the hurricane. But when I brought it to Bayou Nissan in New Orleans, the guy was like, "Oh, they could fix that. They don't care about that." They were hot for used trucks, you know. So so they made the deal, you know. And I had a little trouble getting my check, but I finally went over there and threatened to kill him, and they gave it to me. But
You didn't do that.
I didn't really technically threaten to kill him. I just went in there like really mad, angry, and said,
Did you pound on the counter?
I made it clear that I was not happy because, you know, but it was their fault. So I got my money at least. But
yeah.
For every word, you got to do this with your hand.
Yeah, because they told me when I went to the dealership in New Orleans, they wanted to make the trade. Oh yeah, they wanted the truck bad. So they could fix the damage from the hurricane relatively easily. So the guy was
What was the name of that hurricane?
Ida.
Yeah, like or Ida, like the potatoes.
Ida Bell, Ida, Hurricane or Ida, crispy. Now,
Yeah, the Ida that changed course and went towards Ronald's house.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah.
All I got was some storms, some rainstorms.
And it disrupted my whole internet broadcast because I was broadcasting where the storm was tracking, and then it made my electricity go out for 2 weeks. But so Hurricane Ida hit, and it extra crispy and damaged. So I went over to the place and I said, let's make the trade. Oh yeah, because this car that I bought gets 36 miles to the gallon, which is a good time to get it, right? So then the guy was like, well, we have this dealer fee that's $1,400. And I was like, I don't pay dealer fees. No. I'm paying you the price of the car plus tax, title, and license.
A dealer fee is a scam. That's racketeering in my book.
Right.
Oh,
So
is a dealer fee like a commission for the dealer?
No, it's just a way to make you pay $1,400 more. So they went, he said, I got to go talk to the manager. So he went to talk to the manager. He comes back and he says, well, we'll let that slide if you don't tell anybody about it. Well, I'm telling you.
Well, you're telling us.
Really? Well, you're telling us. And Rogue,
So you broke the deal.
Rogue Nissan, you are officially inducted into the Chislers Hall of Shame as of right now.
No, he said it was
what?
The Bayou Nissan, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, the dealer fee is an old scam, you know.
Bayou.
I'm thinking, is a dealer fee supposed to be kind of like a commission for the dealer, though?
it's a way for them to get $1,400 no matter what the deal is.
But that's
right?
what a
So I
commission
said, I'm
is.
not
That's
paying
also that's what a commission is also.
I said, I'm not paying it. I'm not paying it. I said, I'm going to write it. I'm going to just get the car.
I know what he
I
does
said,
with that. I know what he does with that. He uses that to pay the salesperson their commission.
That's what I'm saying. So that's a
doesn't
commission.
come out of his profit. A real sneaky
James,
bastard.
but you rode in the truck. You rode in the truck. All right. Very comfortable truck. All right.
Yes.
So I said,
Yes.
I said, look, my
James
truck
rode in
is
your
fine.
truck?
Yeah.
When?
Yeah. When we went
You
to,
went to Louisiana?
And Michael Komaroff's.
Oh, you drove your truck up to New York. You didn't fly.
Yeah. And James drove with me in New Jersey, New York.
Oh, okay.
New Jersey, Manhattan, the Bronx, and Queens, and Brooklyn. 4 boroughs.
Yeah, we were talking about that. That you went to that seafood restaurant.
Yeah, Ronnie's Johnny's Reef. Johnny's Reef.
You can make a whole video about that story.
We were just talking about that before you got on.
And Michael called him on the phone and said, "We're all here for you. We're waiting for you. What's going on? We could have went to the beach house. We could have went to the beach house."
Michael Komaroff.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, and I was telling him, I said, I'm sorry, a tropical storm hit, but
and then Alex wanted you to stay at his house, right?
Yeah, Alex wanted to kidnap him.
I cannot stay there all day. Actually, Alex wanted me to take him on the ride all the way to New York.
Oh, and then take him back.
Then go to Michael Komaroff's house, do the beer reviews, and then drive him personally back to his house in New Jersey. I said, Alex, that will not happen. That is an impossibility. It will not occur.
Impossible dream.
And after about a month, he realized I was serious. But so anyway, I went to the Bayou Nissan, and they said, "Okay, we'll make the deal," because they wanted that truck, So I got the car, brand new car. The price of the new car. Now this is 2021, only September. This is September 2021. Brand new car for $18,050. True story, $18,050.
How much does it cost today?
I don't know. You got to look on the website. So I got the truck.
Do you think it's more?
Well, yeah, with the JB inflation. So I got the $2,500, and then they were telling me, "Oh yeah, well we can't give you the money today because the owner's not here. He has to sign the check." And so when is the owner going to be?
The owner's not there. This is a funny place.
Yeah. So I said, well, when is the owner going to be?
I'll talk to you soon. Good night. Yeah, when is the owner going to?
So I said, "Oh, I'm sorry, the commander. I hope I didn't chase the commander off."
The Commodore.
No, he. Well, he sort of.
Well, he didn't have a mic anyway.
No, well, no. He when he gets off work, he goes back to the gym and he does the second training.
I was about to finish the story anyway. It's really not that long of a story. So they said, "Well, we're going to mail you the check. We'll send it to your town. They're going to send it to my town. They're going to drive somebody because they own a dealership in my town. But we're going to drive it there." I said, "When are you going to drive it there?" "Oh, Wednesday. This is Saturday." I said, "Okay." So Wednesday comes along. Guess what? I don't hear from them.
Yeah.
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning. I hear nothing. I call them up. I said, "How about the check?" "Oh, who are you?" I said, "Wait a minute. You said you were going to bring the check. Where's the check?" They tell me, "Oh, we don't have drivers." I said, "You didn't tell me that Saturday. You told me you were going to send it."
Why do they have to drive a check to you, though? They can't give you a wire, or like an electronic wire?
I just mailed.
So that was the question from the beginning, right?
Right. I said,
like, why does it have to be a physical check?
Right. I said, "You told me Saturday you were going to send the check for the driver in a car," because they go back and forth. They always bring in supplies.
Well,
and parts to each other,
why would you even accept that in the first place?
I thought they were telling the truth. I thought,
it sounds kind of fishy.
well, it's a
these
Nissan.
days anything can be done by wire. It's not.
I
really
know,
a
but
big
do you
deal.
think a Nissan dealership's going to try to rip somebody off? So
Yeah,
I was getting
at least, yeah. I got you there.
So I was getting aggravated. Finally, I got the customer service lady, the accountant lady, the accountant. She says, "Oh yeah, we don't have a driver. Well, we'll probably have it tomorrow." Well, by then I'm
a driver of a check.
Right. So now I'm starting to get a little hot.
Mm-hmm.
So Thursday morning, I call back. I said, I'm calling about my check. Yeah.
Did they have a driver?
We're going to put you on hold. So then they put me on hold for like 25 minutes.
Wow.
Well, I was getting mad. I hung up the phone. I hung up my cell phone, and I said, I'm going to this dealership here in my local town. So I went over there, and they could see I was mad. They could see I was angry.
Sure, yeah.
And the lady tells me, she tells me on the phone, we sent the check. I said, no, I never got any check. Well, UPS gave it to you. I said, no, I got no check. Well, I'm throwing a fit by this time. So then she calls me back and says, oh, I made a mistake. We did not send the check. UPS has it. It's going to be at your house. I said, when is it going to be at my house? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. This is not $25. This is $2,500. So as soon as I
buy
got
a lot of beer with that.
As soon as I got back home to my neighborhood, I was driving on the street to my neighborhood. Guess what's coming around the corner?
Ronald, have you ever seen my cat before?
There's a cat. Oh, Ronald has a cat too.
Yeah, so as soon as I got home, the UPS truck is coming around the corner. So I got home just in time. If I'd have done anything else, I'd have missed it. And the guy
you didn't blow a gasket, but you could have. You were about to.
I was coming close. And it's after the hurricane. I got all kind of damage on my house. There's no banks open. So they send me a paper check, like you're saying, a paper check. I have to drive all the way 15 miles to another town to cash the check. So, it's just like you're saying, it's a simple thing. Why do I have to go through all of this? But anyway, I got $2,500 out of the deal.
Yeah, and I do get your point. You wouldn't think that a Nissan dealership, brand name would, act silly like that.
And I heard there's bad reviews with those new apps for buying new vehicles now. Carvana and Barum.
Yeah. Especially these days with.
Yeah, then James, they tell me, you seem like you were irritated.
Who told you that?
The dealership. You seemed irritated because I had to go back and pick up my license plate a week later.
So you went back there, and they had the nerve to say that, huh?
It's like when Jerry Seinfeld made a reservation for a rent-a-car at the airport, and they said they don't have it, and he says, "Well, you don't know how to take reservations."
Right
now, Ron.
They told me you seem irritated. I said I was.
How come it says right wing with a W? Is there anything behind that?
Because he was writing a book.
That's just my nickname, and also you have to be careful what you type so that the robots don't.
You don't want it to actually say right wing with an R because it might hit the algorithm and they might ban you.
I'm glad you guys mentioned it. I haven't got, knock on wood, I haven't gotten any of those Russian robot troll thingies, in the comments. I used to get bombarded with them.
I think those Russians have a lot more to worry about now with all these sanctions.
Yeah, but somebody is sending me on my my smartphone, on my text window, I'm getting bombarded with all these webcam whores trying to get me to
webcam whores.
Go look at them on their webcams. I'm getting bombarded.
That's a cute cat, Jordy. And secondly, I'm more worried about the Pentagon bots than the Russian bots, I think. But
well, there was a lot of Russian bots, if you noticed. A lot of YouTube channels were just getting this crazy stuff for a while.
Yeah. Now,
it happens though.
Being that Ronald is here, and being that today is the 5th Sunday of Lent, right? The 5th Sunday of Lent before Palm Sunday. Remember, Ron, when we planned on, or you planned on telling a story involving the Archangel Raphael, like something in biblical history about, we were talking about the Archangel Raphael holding the fish. And you explained.
It comes from the book of Tobit.
What's that all about?
Yeah, and then he gave me a history lesson about why the statue.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I think we're gonna hear it, James.
Well, yeah, because I wanna do something nice for the 5th Sunday of Lent.
How did you go to church today?
I went to church with my smartphone. I listened to the famous exorcist bishop from.
That doesn't count.
He's from the.
That doesn't count.
He's from the hit TV show Ghost Adventures, and he does mass for Lent, and every day he's always doing mass. And,
every day.
Sometimes every day he does a podcast, he's been doing mass for Lent, and other masses for this time of year. He said something very wise. He answered my question because I have a problem with a lot of church people. He says, church usually has crappy people trying to get better, trying to better themselves.
Everybody's a sinner. That's the thing.
Yeah, but I mean, like the people in church, they're moody, they're this, they're that.
Even,
you know,
some people
they're just like us. They're just like us.
Yeah, that's true. Some people are just rude, you know.
Well, they're troubled. Well, a lot of people they're troubled, but then again, that's no excuse to be rude. You know,
But the point of Mass is that everybody is a sinner. It doesn't matter if you go to church or not. You're still a sinner.
He said everybody not only has the original sin, but they will continue to sin to their dying day.
Yeah.
And that's why the sacrifice of Jesus is the only payment. It's the only payment into the kingdom of heaven, because we don't deserve to enter.
Right, but there's some buts to that. But anyway, you were talking about the book of Tobit,
right? Archangel Raphael, because I always liked that he held a fish, because it reminded me of when I used to cut and clean and fillet fish.
Well, do you know the story of when Jesus multiplied the loaves of fish?
Yes.
For the thousands of people.
Yeah, that was the dead. No, not the Dead Sea. I'm sorry. There wasn't even a sea. It's like a lake, Galilee.
The Sea of Galilee. It's a sea.
Yeah, right. Like a lake. Yeah, lake. More like a lake.
Like a lake. And you know what they did in the fish market? They started calling tilapia St. Peter's fish. I says, how do you know that? How do you know that's the fish that jumped in the net? Come on, give me a minute. It could be like marketing nonsense.
St. Peter's fish.
Call it St. Peter's fish.
Anyway, I will say that the Nissan Versa has been a good car. I've been getting good gas mileage. So
what? So that's a pickup?
No.
Pickup truck? What is it?
It's a 4-door car.
Oh, okay.
But it's comfortable, and
Nissan is known to have very good motors. I know that. Like long lasting. I have 162,000 miles on my Nissan Murano.
Look, the truck was fine. No complaints about the truck, but I did not haul anything. Why did I need a truck? I didn't haul anything. So I decided,
you called it a work truck, but you don't really work, right?
Yeah. Well, I'll do work, but all right.
He doesn't need to pick up, unless he was picking up all those hogs being shot by hunters, those and selling them to the hit people.
It's just I didn't need it. I got a great deal on it, but I didn't need it, so I figured let somebody else have it.
What year was it?
2018.
Ronald, what are you eating? Is that potato chips?
Organic Idaho potato chips, kettle cooked.
Are those certified kosher?
Well, I don't know about that, but they're certified organic.
Now, some kosher, some companies have a U, and some have a K. Circle K,
right,
and Circle U. Like I don't. Are they two different rabbinic?
Well, Circle K is a gas station.
Yeah, I don't see any kosher signification. We're talking about Tobit. I'll tell you this real fast. Tobit was a man in Israel who was burying Jews who were murdered by the Greeks. So he was burying people that were killed by these tyrants.
Is this the Old Testament?
Yeah, Tobit. So that's what he did. He just felt sorry for they would kill people and leave them in the street. All right. So he was burying their bodies.
Is Tobit a prophet?
No, he's just a regular old guy.
You're talking about in the days of Alexander.
Is it the days of Alexander?
Of Macedonia, Alexander the Great of Macedonia, when the Greeks had their expansion, their
is it that time period?
Yeah.
So that's like 300 BC, around there.
Yeah.
Right, and there was a library in Alexandria, Egypt, that was named after him, that was destroyed, I think, by Alexander.
And there, no, not by him.
No, it was destroyed by a fire that broke out. That really was a kind of accident.
And there was actually many Alexandrias, right? He kept going to each area and naming a city after himself.
Yeah, right. But anyway, Tobit buried dead people. So he had a son named Tobit Jr., really, Tobit Jr. So, and what happened was he found out that he had a relative in Iraq, which we call Iraq today. Back then they called it Babylon.
Was Sumeria or Babylon, yeah.
Or Chalcedon, Chalcedon.
Babylon,
yeah, Mesopotamia. So he had this cousin, just not a close cousin. She was over there, but there was a man over there that owed the father money. This man owed the father money. He had written a receipt saying, I'm going to pay you back, but he never paid him back. So he told the son, he said, look, I want you to go out to Mesopotamia and give the man the receipt and get the money. He said, okay. So he went out there, and while he was out there, and that's probably, it takes a week to get there. While he was out there.
And it could be a dangerous journey.
Right, but he found out there was a woman whose name was, let's see, Tobias leaves his dinner to bury
Jezebel.
Oh no, not Jezebel. Her name.
You
know Jezebel, right, James?
Well, I know Delilah seduced Samson. Jezebel was she did something that wasn't.
Yeah, she was bad.
Her name was Sarah. Well, she had been married 7 times, but every husband was killed on the wedding night before the marriage was consummated by a demon named Asmodeus, a Mesopotamian demon.
Wow.
Who killed the groom. So the girl was still a virgin. Now, all the people in the town
supposedly, so as far as you know,
according to the scriptures, all the people in the town said she was cursed or there was something wrong with her. But that's
it sounds like it. You know,
that's all the husbands died on the wedding night.
It sounds like it.
He didn't go there to marry her. He went there to get the money. Well, he did get the money, and while he was going on the way there, and there's a lot more to the story I can't tell it. On the way there was an angel that guided him out there. His name was Raphael, but the angel posed as a human. But Raphael guided him out there. Now, when he got to the town, he got his money back.
Ron, I have to run to the bathroom. Is there a chance that you can pause the story?
Well, James can retell it because it's very simple. It's a simplistic story.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. So when he got out there, the angel said, look, the reason the men died is because they were lustful. They wanted sex, but they weren't really interested in marriage. and the demon was given permission to kill them. The demon's name was Asmodeus. Now, but he said that these demons that lived in Mesopotamia did not like the smell of fish liver. Let's see, where does this say?
Fish
Even gives, yeah, it gives the specific. It gives the specific.
Fish gallbladder. Fish.
All right, here it is. And after they had supped, they brought in the young man to her. And Tobias, remembering the angel's word, took out of his bag part of the liver and laid it on burning. This is fish liver. Laid it on burning coals. They even tell what kind of fish. I don't remember.
Well, fish liver is very highly nutritious. That was, you know. So they
then the angel Raphael took the devil, not the big devil, but the demon, and bound him in the desert of Upper Egypt. And then Tobias exhorted the virgin and said to her, Sarah, arise, let us pray to God today and tomorrow and the next day, because for these 3 nights we are joined to God, and when the 3rd night is over, we will be in our own wedlock. For we are the children of saints, and we must not be joined together like heathens that know not God. So they both arose and prayed earnestly together, and that health might be given to them. Well, needless to be said, they were not killed on the wedding. He was not killed on the wedding night. He married her, and he went back home. And the parents thought he was dead because he was gone for so long. The parents thought, yeah, he's dead. You know, he's been killed, but he wasn't dead.
I wonder if Asmodeus was a jinn, because jinns are very indigenous to the Middle East. The demons known as jinn. Well, they're like not. Some say they're like a demigod, like they're semi-demon and semi.
I think he was a jinn, or genie, as they call it.
Yeah, it might have been a jinn. What's the word again?
You said he was a jinn, Ron?
Not demigod.
He was what the Muslims would call a genie or a jinn.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, what would the Christians call him?
Demons. Demons have ranks, just like.
Would a genie be the equivalent of a demon? Not really, right?
Yeah, because remember when there was the uprising in heaven led by Lucifer, one third of all the angels were cast out, and like James said, the angels had ranks. So Satan,
there was archangels, and then so forth.
Lucifer was an archangel.
Yes.
Beelzebub was like second in command, and then they had all these other demons like
So Beelzebub is different than Lucifer. They're not the same.
Well, according to these high priestess Wiccans, people involved in witchcraft,
Beelzebub was the one that the son of Sam was talking about.
Well, devils have more power. They're a higher rank than demons. They're actual rank of devils. But it only makes sense because when they were all angels, they were ranks. They had ranks.
Yeah. But you know that story, Ron, of the son of Sam in 1977.
Yeah, he had help. He wasn't working alone.
He was saying that Beelzebub told him through the dog to do the murders.
Well, talking about a dog, this story contains a dog. It says, and Tobias went forward, and the dog followed him. There's a lot of stuff with the dog in the story. And he lodged the first night by the river of the Tigris River. And he went out to wash his Tigris River. He went out to wash his feet, and behold, a monstrous fish came up to devour him. And Tobias, being afraid, cried out with a loud voice, saying, Sir, he comes upon me. And the angel said to him, Take him by the gill and draw him to you. And when he had done so, he drew him out upon the land, and he began to pant before his feet. In other words, the fish began to pant because he couldn't breathe. Then the angel said to him, Raphael said to him, Take out the entrails of this fish and lay up his heart and his gall and his liver for you, for these are necessary for useful medicines. And when he had done so, he roasted the flesh thereof, and they took it with them in the way. The rest they salted as much as might serve them, until they came to Rages, the city of the Medes. That's the Persians. So they salted the fish and they kept the guts. Then Tobias asked the angel and said to him, I beseech thee, brother Azarias. That's what the angel called himself, Azarias, but his real name was Raphael. Tell me, what remedies are these things good for, which you have bid me to keep of the fish? And the angel answering said to him, if you put a little piece of its heart upon coals, the smoke thereof drives away all kinds of devils, either from man or from woman, so that they come no more to them. And the gall, listen to this, medical advice. And the gall is good for anointing the eyes, in which there is a white speck, and they shall be cured. And Tobias said to him, where will you that we lodge? And then they go on about the tribe. So the fish was not only good for driving away demons with the smoke from the liver and the gall heart, good for your eyes if you had an infection.
Well, it says a speck, so that might have to do with when Jesus said, don't judge anybody that has a speck in their eye when you have a tree in your eye or something like that.
Well, they used to have all kind of eye infections back then because they had no kind of medical care.
Well, what he was saying was don't judge a small sin when you have a bunch of big sins yourself. I think that's basically what it meant, right?
Right. Don't point out. Yeah, don't point out. Look at this guy. He has a drinking problem when you are stumbling drunk. In other words,
Now they say that sometimes demons appear as a hellhound, which is a black.
That's what was that was what the Son of Sam was talking about.
A black dog with red eyes. Now,
yeah.
The dog involved in his story. What Ron was saying.
Right.
But this was a good dog. This was a good dog, and the dog helped Tobias out. The dog was like.
So do you think sometimes the devil speaks through dogs?
Not nice, cute, friendly.
All I know is Tobias took the dog with him, and the dog was helpful. And
so sometimes they're helpful, and sometimes they're not.
Right, well, they're shapeshifters. Demons can be shapeshifters. You ever hear of the?
Right. Well, the dog was talking. Like he said that he saw the dog actually moving his mouth and speaking English. So that would be a shapeshifter, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of information to prove. There's a lot of information that indicates that Berkowitz was not working alone.
Why do you say that? I never heard that.
Oh, I have all the articles.
Because it's not like it was a government thing. Like he didn't kill it.
No,
it's not like a JFK.
It was a satanic lodge in upstate New York, and he was part of that lodge. And he took the rap for the rest of the gang. All right.
About killing the girls?
Yes. I can pull up the article right now from 1978.
Yeah. Well, it happened in the summer of 77.
Right. Well, the article was done after they did the research. Let's see.
So you're saying that the story that he said about the dog, he was making it up because he was being told to do it by somebody else, other people?
It was a whole gang of satanic. It was a satanic cult. All right. And it was a whole gang of these guys, and they were going around doing it.
Oh, so it wasn't just him.
He took the rap and claimed it was just himself.
Okay.
All right. And this gang was tied to satanic cults in New Orleans, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and it was called the Process.
It's not like
Church
they were really trying to hide that, because in the letters he was saying that Beelzebub told him to do it. So that was obviously satanic, right?
Yes. But he hid the fact that he was part of a group.
Okay.
Crystal Pendulum. Did David Berkowitz work alone in the murders committed? No. Was he covering up for other humans that were involved? Were they humans? They were? Okay, yes. Huh.
Now, Ron, what's your opinion on this pendulum stuff? This is actually kind of witchcraft, right?
Right. My opinion,
It's not.
I don't
It's
mess
not.
with tonight.
I wouldn't do it
fool with
either
that.
myself.
The exorcist bishop said it's a way that lots of times
Ronald, can I
the
show
Holy
Ronald?
what? Yeah, sometimes it like
I want to show Ronald this beer. Sierra Nevada, California, IPA, 4.2%. Have you ever had this before, Ronald? I want to know.
Well,
I'm sorry.
X the divining rods if Ronald has had
I've had some of those, but they don't really have those around here. I've mostly had their torpedo.
I've never seen that one.
Oh yeah, torpedo was good.
That's pretty good distribution, though. That he's getting it all the way in Scotland from California. That's good.
But a lot of that's produced in Europe on their contract.
Oh, is it? Where does it say on the can? Yeah. Where is it produced, Jordy?
Hold on, I'm trying to find it. Chico, California. Where is Chico?
That's Chico. Where it usually is produced.
Okay.
Chico is where the man lived.
Which man?
Oh, I don't know where Chico is.
Man, the guy who played with Freddie Prinze.
What? But yeah, this is producing Chico.
Yeah, so those dividing rod things that is actually considered witchcraft, right?
Well, sometimes, what's his name? Exorcist Bishop says people overreact to it and says that
somebody told you that personally?
He said it during his mass. Divine intervention sometimes occurs through tarot cards and.
It's real. It's not fake. It's definitely a real thing.
No. I used to do tarot cards. Let me tell you, they're accurate.
I don't think it's fake, but it's not. It's called black magic.
No, black magic is when you put a curse to harm somebody. That's when you have malevolence. Malevolent intent. Like you're trying to hurt someone.
Yeah. Ron, is that considered black magic?
I would not want to be involved in it. Let's put it like that.
I know that, but so you're not sure if it's actually black magic or.
Well, you don't mean any. There's no negative thoughts towards anyone. There's no intent.
Well, I'll give you an example, and then I'm going to tell you about Son of Sam that I brought up the article.
All right.
Okay.
King Saul in the Bible, King Saul he was worried about a battle that was coming up against the Philistines.
Yeah, Saul was before David.
Yeah, but Saul was a rebel, and he didn't want to listen to good advice.
Solomon was his name.
No, Saul. Solomon was David's son.
Yeah, you're right, Saul. Yeah, but Saul was before David, right? Right before David.
Yeah. So King Saul went to a witch, the witch of Endor. He didn't try to put a curse on anybody. He simply wanted to know if he was going to win the battle the next day. So when the witch brought up an incantation, it was Solomon, the prophet Samuel came up. The prophet Samuel came up from the grave from back then people would die and go to hell, either Hades or paradise. So Samuel came up and said, "Why are you bothering me?" He said, "You're going to be in hell. You're going to be in hell before the day is over." Something along those lines, because he had refused to listen to God and he wanted to get some kind of advice from a medium, a witch
like that. He
wasn't trying to put a curse on anybody.
Yeah.
Like the Greeks had the Oracle of Delphi. I think it was Greece.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Here's the article I have about Son of Sam. It's by a guy. Mm-hmm. It's by the EIR investigative team.
James, that was back in James's heyday, right? So do you remember that, James?
Yeah, I remember David Berkowitz. Sure.
Yeah.
And the Zodiac Killer was like.
That was like the early 80s, right?
That wasn't
a few years later.
Guys, I don't know so much about the Zodiac Killer.
Yeah,
this article is from Lyndon LaRouche, and they were right-wing nutcases. but they did do good research. They did
Were
research.
Were they based in New York?
Virginia after he got expelled from New York, but Lyndon LaRouche
Michigan.
He died about 2 years ago. He lived in his 90s. But here's what the article says. Just listen for a second. In 1976, 1977, a series of brutal murders gripped New York, leaving 6 persons dead and 7 wounded. The killings were credited to the infamous quote-unquote Son of Sam.
Mm-hmm.
Although independent law enforcement and investigative reporters detailed that a satanic cult was at the center of the killings and that there was more than one killer, some powerful individuals and institutions enforced a cover-up, which maintained that a deranged assassin, David Berkowitz, was solely responsible. To aid the cover-up, Berkowitz was never brought to trial. It says...
he was never brought to trial?
Yeah, he just pleaded guilty, see?
Oh, because he pleaded guilty right away.
The new evidence linking the CAN apparat to the Son of Sam murders revolves around former Assistant U.S. Attorney John Markham. Prior to joining the Justice Department, Markham was the private attorney for the Process Church of the Final Judgment, an avowedly satanic and Lucifer worshiping cult, which openly promoted the use of drugs and deviant sexual behavior. The church was founded in London in the 1960s and then established itself in the U.S. Markham filed Process Church Incorporation papers with the state of New York on January 17, 1973. Christopher Fripp and Catherine Fripp, leading members of the church, signed those documents as church officers. Later that month, on January 26, Markham filed incorporation papers with the state of New York for the Disciples Thrift Shop, a Process Church fundraising project. Markham was also a member of its board of directors. During his activity with the Satanic Church, Markham was employed by the prestigious law firm of Shearman and Sterling. According to investigative reporter Maury Terry, author of the book The Ultimate Evil, there was evidence which linked the Son of Sam cult to the Process Church. Then they give the evidence. They give the addresses, they give the town, they give the names and everything in this article.
Yeah.
Not gonna read the whole article, but
yeah, don't read the whole thing.
It's pretty clear by reading this that
maybe you can put the link to the article in the comments.
You know, I don't know a lot about Son of Sam, but I know
both the public comments and the private comments, if you could.
I don't know anything about Son of Sam, but the Zodiac Killer, I know everything about it.
It's related to Zodiac.
Ronald, who do you think was the Zodiac Killer?
Well,
there's so many suspects.
Probably more than one person. And apparently it might have been Vietnam War veterans from Special Forces.
Yeah, I think
now, as an overall question, why do you think so many of these type of things were happening from like the mid 70s on to like the early 80s or into the mid 80s? There was a lot of these type of things.
Right. Copy that link and put it in the comments because I'm not on YouTube right now. Why do I think? That's a good question.
Well, and I'm saying in that time period, why do you think a lot of these type of things happened?
Probably, gotta watch what you say on YouTube. It probably has something to do with the involvement of the CIA and Operation. Certain operations that they were running from the 1950s to the 70s.
Oh, you mean the acid? Giving acid to the soldiers, or
and prostitution, and also trying to train super soldiers to go into foreign countries. And
but what would that have to do with a guy like like David Berkowitz? He wasn't even involved in the military. I don't think he was.
That's a good question.
There was just a lot of these weird things happening, even in not just government affiliated organizations, just in general society around that time.
Yeah, but I think a lot of these were related to organizations that were government funded to an extent, like the Tavistock Institute, the CIA, the National Institutes of Health. There's a lot. It's too complicated to talk about on this. You know,
Well, it's not too complicated, just say what you think.
I think they were involved in music. They were involved in popular art, culture, and
You think the CIA was involved in music?
CIA was definitely involved in music. I've got quotes from music performers that said that they went ahead of them on tours and told the local sheriff's office, "Don't arrest these people for drugs because they're part of a project."
I could see that.
Yeah.
So the common knowledge is that these musicians who were anti-society or whatever, stuff like that,
Anti-establishment,
they were at heads with the CIA and with the FBI and anybody who was in the government. But you're saying in reality they thought they were, but
in reality they were working for the
they were but they didn't know. They were part of the plan, but
they did know.
Unwillingly.
Some of them did know, but they just were making good money, so they didn't care.
So they did know. Which ones knew?
Well, the guy that said that the government went ahead of on their tour and told the local sheriff's office not to arrest them because they were part of a CIA.
Who said that? Morrison? Morrison said that?
That was a guy named it was either Jack Cassidy or Jorma Kaukonen, the two members of Jefferson Airplane, who said that they were never arrested. None of them were ever drafted for the war, by the way. And they never got in trouble for
a lot of evil things happening, back then. The government is still evil modern days, but you don't hear these kind of things, as there was back then.
Right. I can show you. I can give you a video clip. Grace Slick, the lead singer for Jefferson Airplane.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was back then. But I mean these days.
She was on stage.
Yeah.
And said to the audience, "The people you're revolting against are on this stage."
Well, was that the Jack Cassidy? That was the father of David Cassidy of the Pryor family? Or
no. This is
okay.
Now, but Ronald, what did you say about my question is, these days, the CIA, the FBI, they're all still evil organizations, but you don't see, stuff like that really going on these days. As far as
because probably investigative reporters are probably so juiced in that they make sure they don't tell you the connection. With like Miley Cyrus and all them. Those people are obviously.
You think they're connected? I think somebody like Miley Cyrus is just like a confused young Disney star who obviously gets corrupted by Hollywood elements, because you're so young when you start out in this kind of stuff.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of that book that I have, Weird Scenes from the Canyon, is that the Hollywood and the music industry and the movies
or just Hollywood as a whole, or LA as a whole.
They are connected. That's the point. They are connected.
I don't think they're connected. I think it's just it's a cesspool not of a city, but of definitely of an industry.
One of the leading satanic priests of the 1950s, who worked for Aleister Crowley, was the head of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Los Angeles, California.
I believe that, but that was in the 1950s. So now that time has gone on, it's 50, 60 years later. These things have probably been so soaked into the society that they don't have to be on like satanic cults anymore. It's just society itself.
Well, Alistair Crowley opened up portals that were never closed, from what I understand. He opened up a lot of portals, and when you don't close portals, it's like Pandora's box opening up.
Yeah.
You know,
that's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, I believe we're living in the end times because
I don't trust the government. I don't trust the government. I don't.
Well, I don't either.
I don't.
You know,
I don't.
if
trust
anybody who does is got another thing coming.
I don't trust.
Yeah, I hate my government.
I don't trust CEOs either. There are some nice ones.
Now James thinks that if you don't trust the government, you trust CEOs. See, that's not what it's about.
Fuck the government.
It's not like government versus CEOs. It's way wider than that. You know.
Right, because the government and
CEOs work together.
They're in cahoots. Yeah, they work together.
Yeah, of course they are. It's a fascist system. And fascism means cooperation between big government and big business. So it's not government versus big business. They're in it together.
Are the big CEOs, like Ronnie says, are the big CEOs of the big companies in bed and in cahoots with today's U.S. government? Yes.
I could have told you yes.
Okay.
It's like I said on Stout Sunday, I think a couple of weeks ago on the comments. I said Walmart did very good in the shitdemic.
Yeah.
Because why was Walmart allowed to be open, but the mom and pops had to close?
Yeah, you're right about that.
I went to Walmart during the scamdemic. They were never empty. They always were full of goods, you know.
Well, they had that problem with the toilet paper for a little bit, but
people fighting over toilet paper.
But you're right. Why was Walmart open and why was Publix open? You know, here in Florida, but everybody else had to close. Well, come on, they're safer than everybody else.
You know how I got around the toilet paper fighting? I got baby wipes, and they work better than toilet paper, but you can't flush them.
No. Well, I didn't join this to disrupt your hangout. I was just joining to say hello, actually.
No, I'm glad you stood with us because you educated. You know, we touched upon some deep subjects, and let me see. We just talked about religion.
But I don't. James, the wheel isn't coming up on the screen.
Yeah, Jordy, I'm still watching your channel, buddy boy.
I'm screwed up.
Thank you, Ronald. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ronald, I've been watching you for years, and you are my favorite beer reviewer. Honestly, you're the best beer reviewer on YouTube, Ronald. You are the best. You know what you're talking about, man.
This is a good one, Ron. Ron, this is a good one. Because the price gouging is it's not real.
You spelled it wrong, but anyway, yeah.
It says price gauging.
That's Jason Cleveland. No, that Jason did that.
Well, I thought you were right, Spider.
Yeah.
You're not all right, Spider.
You know, price gouging is pretty upsetting. I mean, they're not.
Where is Creedwater Revival?
Yeah, but how did it start? How did the price gouging start?
That's such a good song, and I like the
I'm gonna let Ronald take over on this.
We're in cahoots. That's why we have price.
No, it's not that they were in cahoots.
I like saying
it's the absolute atrocity of government overstep and ridiculousness that they did over this
Right.
Bullshit,
I mean, the biggest price gougers are the Federal Reserve System in Washington, D.C., established in 1913. If you want to talk about price gougers.
Or if you even just want to just say since 2020, they forced people not to work, and they paid them more money
to not work.
To not work, and then nothing was being produced. So you got all this money infused into the system, but no goods. And you expect that to be an okay system.
2 years ago in 2020, I told everybody we're going to have massive inflation, and they said, "You're crazy. What are you talking about?"
Who said you were crazy?
People that didn't know anything, and I said, "I'm not crazy."
Who said that, Ron? I want to know who said it.
Just they said I was a conspiracy theorist. You know, the same old story. I said, "You're going to have massive inflation." Now we have massive inflation. Oh well, you know.
Oh well, it's the supply chain, and now it's Russia. It's Russia's fault.
Who cares what they say anyway? Who cares what they say?
It's the Putin price hike.
I don't care, actually. All right. Well, I got to get going. Y'all can go turn on the news. I'm gonna go watch the live.
You want to watch the news instead of hanging out here?
Yeah.
Ron, take care. Ron, take care. You are fucking amazing.
So you want to hear more lies, Ron? We're talking the truth over here.
I love you, man.
You know what disturbs me about the news? It breaks my heart to see.
Don't go breaking my heart.
Ronald is the best beer reviewer in the world.
Don't go breaking your heart.
All right, what?
Decorum. Citizens crying when they lost loved ones in Ukraine, like children.
Yeah, they don't put the citizens of Iraq on there or the citizens of Syria.
Yeah, you're
Sometimes
right.
they do. Sometimes, not too much.
But you see those drones, those suicide drones, and the U.S. has these little baby drones that you can operate from something that looks like a smartphone.
Yeah, of course they do.
And technology is beautiful. You see the robot convention in Japan. How sophisticated.
It's not beautiful, James. It's very ugly.
Technology, yeah, but look at medical science, all the lives they can save.
Yeah, that's different.
Right.
But you're talking about drones.
We don't hear about the civilians killed in Japan, 1945. Look at all the civilians killed in Japan in 1945.
No, bring that up, and you're like totally crazy.
That's not even collateral damage. That's deliberate.
Harry Truman, a war criminal? No.
Ronnie, yes, is correct.
That's deliberate murder of
You can never say that. You can never say that. Harry Truman is a war. He only killed how many?
No, that is a war crime.
180,000 people.
Oh, but he had to do it. He had to do it because those crazy Japs they wouldn't have stopped.
Sure. Well, the Japs were given weapons to fight for the Emperor Hirohito. You know who was the scourge? Is that General? What was it? Tojo? General Tojo was a mean bastard.
What happened there, man?
He was no Truman. He wasn't as bad as Truman, but he was bad,
Yeah, well, that was a war crime. Yeah, 180 total from Hiroshima and Nagasaki combined, or
James.
That's horrible. The thing is, the winners write history. The winners write the history.
Right.
Well, look at the history books.
Disagree. Yeah, look at the history books.
Look at the history books I had in grammar school. They didn't mention what they did to the indigenous people. They didn't mention the slave trade. They didn't mention.
They mention it now. Now they're all about that.
Yeah, no, giving smallpox laden blankets to Native Americans.
I'm sure that's definitely top of the list right now with the woke stuff.
You know what was in my book? George Washington chopped down the cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie.
Well, he did. He did chop down the cherry tree.
He did?
I think so. That's right. And then what was Lincoln's thing was he's from a log cabin or whatever.
Oh, he walked 10 miles to school every day, something like that.
He used to have to study by candlelight.
Yeah,
he probably did.
Yeah, but you ever have, when you're a kid, you ever have your old generation relatives tell you, well, when I was your age, you don't know what it's like. When I went to school, I had hardships.
They didn't really do that too much. They didn't really do that too much to me. They just would tell stories about, like my grandmother told me stories about how when she was a child in the 1920s, her mother would not let her play with Italian children.
Oh wow, why not?
Because back then Italians were treated like the Puerto Ricans were treated.
She said they had bad
love
morals.
Italy. I know some Italian, you know.
Yeah.
My great grandmother thought Italians had bad morals and would corrupt her children.
I was going to say Border Theriot, but right now it's nighttime in Scotland, so I'm going to say Border Notte, which is good night in Italian. Grazie. Bye, Ronald. Ronald, you're fucking amazing. I love you to bits, man. Cheers. Take care. Stay positive.
Thank you for stopping by. Y'all come back, yeah. Oh, I was thinking about Orangey. I was gonna say one last statement. I was gonna say that poor Orangey had a very sad, rough, tragic life. Okay, she had to revert back to a bobcat way of thinking, and she might never let you take it to the veterinarian. I mean,
this morning I found a squirrel in the front yard that was half eaten. The only part of the squirrel left was the legs and a piece of the head. Now, where do you think that squirrel half chewed up came from? I have a good idea.
A fox? A coyote?
Yeah, the fox, all right. The red-headed feline fox.
A coyote? What happened?
The cat, the feral cat.
This is a stain. Look, this stain on my shirt came from. If you wanted, this stain on my shirt came from bleach. I accidentally put too much bleach in the wash.
No, yeah.
I saw that cat running through the yard one day with a squirrel in her mouth.
Yeah.
She's vicious. That cat is vicious, man. She kills.
Yeah.
And she tears my house up. When I fall asleep at night, she goes through the house, knocking things over and tearing things up.
Because she lived most of her life as a feral. As a feral, she learned how to hunt for survival. Just to survive, she learned how to hunt. She had to. When a cat is feral, I think they have no choice but to revert back to wildcat way of thinking, like dogs. When dogs are feral, they join other packs of dogs, and they take on a wolf pack mentality. Unfortunately,
yeah,
they take on a wolf pack mentality.
Talking about wolves.
Yeah, wolves.
I'll give you an example. And then I got to get off this.
Okay.
This cat. All right. She gets on my lap and she's laying on me in the morning. You know me, I'm on the internet at 2 a.m, right? So she's laying on me, all purring and rubbing up against me. But then she'll smell my hand, and she'll smell my hand, and she does this look, like this morning.
Where's she at? Where is she?
Oh, she'll start gnawing on it.
She wants to eat my hand. Like she'll smell it, but she wants to eat it. She starts going.
Yeah.
I say, oh no. And then she'll smell my neck. Like, oh, there's the jugular vein. And then she'll be like, so as sweet as she is, she really wants to kill me and eat me.
She's like Dracula. She's like Bela Lugosi. You know, she tries to get real cozy with you and play nice.
Where is she? Where is your cat? Where's your cat at?
Jordy, this is not a domesticated red-haired orange cat. This is she was a wild feral a stray cat. Okay. And she's not tame like your cat. Not completely, you know.
Trina.
Oh wow. A ginger cat.
Oh, she's a
blow up the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, come here. Come back here.
Ronald, she's beautiful. What's her name?
Well, he just named her Orangey, but she was, she was found astray. She hunts. She doesn't go. she won't go in a litter box. She goes outside because she was a stray cat.
So she's basically a wild cat instead of a house cat.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, she is absolutely gorgeous, Ronald.
She's got a nice face. But she got an evil stare.
Oh.
If you go to full screen, you can see her.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, put her full screen, James. Yeah, there she is. Oh, absolutely beautiful, Ronald.
I mean, she looks healthy for a stray. I mean,
what's her name? Orangey?
Well,
she's orange.
She's orange.
What's her name?
I mean, her eyes are clear. Her coat is in good
Her name
shape.
is Orangey.
She got a tail.
Her tail was probably lost in an accident or a fight.
Yeah, come on, let's go back.
Maybe an alligator had her by the tail. Who knows?
An alligator.
Well, Ron's got there's plenty of.
I think if an alligator had a cat by the tail, the cat would not survive.
Or maybe he did a death roll and took it off.
Wait a minute. Before you speak too soon, we had 2 alligators come in this neighborhood. And last year, I caught her outside that window over there fighting with a water moccasin snake.
Oh, gee.
Oh, no.
I mean, she was enjoying it. To her, that was entertainment, but she doesn't realize she's dealing with, she can't lose that battle. You know, she can't fight a water moccasin and lose. But she's never going to to a poisonous snake. She'll fight anything. She hisses at the raccoon. She goes and confronts the raccoon.
Oh, yeah, raccoon.
She's not like Jordy's little sweetie pie.
Yeah, a raccoon will put up a big fight, and if a snake gets a hold of her, one bite, you know, coral snake or whatever, Eastern diamondback. I'm not sure which diamondbacks you have, but
yeah, down here we have coral snakes, which I saw in somebody's garden one day. Terrifying to see that in somebody's garden. If you get bit by a coral snake, well, won't be seeing you no more.
Yeah.
We got water moccasins. We got rattlesnakes. They're all over. I mean, they come in the yard and she'll fight with it. You know, it's like.
Yeah. Now the gator, she's definitely going to lose that fight.
Oh yeah, she'll run from the gator, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, but her tail was obviously lost for a reason. So, but anyway, I'm just going to stay on just a tiny bit longer because I'm getting ready to order some Chinese food. It's like 3 hours. It's 3 hours already.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night now. Take care now.
Ronald, before you go, hold on.
Why?
I've got my big piano here.
You want to play the piano?
Wait. Better make it quick, Jordy.
Okay.
We're going to jam next Sunday.
That was meant to be the James Bond theme, but I kind of screwed it up.
It was incredible. It was incredible, Jordy. It was incredible. All right. Y'all take care. Now.
Take care.
Take care.
Wait, Ron, before you go. Oh.
Well, so next Sunday, Palm Sunday, I'm going to have my drum ready and aired out. You're going to have your device. Your lady friends are probably going to be there. And
they will.
It should be fun. Change of pace. I mean, I won't be here. I'll be where in the living room where I work out because there has to be enough space between me and my phone so you could see what I'm doing. So, but anyway,
when you're working out, talking about working out, where is the commander? Where did he go?
Oh no, I don't know. Maybe he said he had to leave work and go work out,
okay.
Maybe or
he's big into working out, right?
Yeah, he doesn't talk about deep subjects. He talks about like banging broads and
talks about his balls
and exercising and training.
That Charlie Sheen.
Yeah, having balls. I mean, having titanium balls. Yeah, it was interesting, Bart. It was great.
Cheers, Bart. Yo, Bart, cheers. Enjoy the show, guys.
WrestleMania time, though. So maybe I should go order my Chinese food and then end the show. You know what? Let me give it one more spin. Let me do it the right way.
Price gauging.
Yeah, cool. One more.
I sent the message. I sent the message to Jason Cleveland that he misspelled gouge.
So,
Oh, the audience.
That's Daryl.
I know what that means. Oh, the audience. Does anybody
So we have to ask Daryl, what does he want to talk about?
Does anybody have any topic that is on their mind that they want to bring up, or a question? Is anybody out there have anything to say?
Speak your mind, or forever hold your peace.
Forever hold your peace. Yeah. Now, I think that.
Well, hold on, James. We got to poll the audience and give them a chance.
Yeah, I was just gonna bash a lot of.
Let's see what the comments are in the audience.
I got something.
Wait, well, you're not the audience, Jordy.
I really need to go and do a piss. BRB.
We know that Daryl is.
That was my thing. I need to go and do a pee.
Oh, something about wrestling. Something about pro wrestling. Daryl, do you like AEW? Do you watch AEW Dynamite and Rampage?
Or do you watch Impact Wrestling?
Or Impact. I think AEW and them are working together.
They are, but they're still two separate companies.
They are. Okay. It's Canadian bought, right? Impact?
Yeah, they got bought up by a Canadian company, Anthem Entertainment.
They don't have that octagonal ring anymore.
No, I don't think they do.
I hated that.
Well, that's kind of one of the things that made them unique. When they took that away, they were just like a light WWE, you know. They really went downhill, but they're still in business. They still are in business.
Is that blonde girl that I thought was cute? Valkyrie? Is she still with them? Valkyrie?
Oh, Velvet Sky?
No, Valkyrie.
Valkyrie?
You're talking about Madison Rain, Velvet Sky.
Yeah, remember them?
And Angelina Love.
The beautiful people.
Yeah, well, my friend, second generation wrestler Jason Speed, was promoting an indie show, and Angelina Love kind of screwed him over, like paid her to be in a match, and she went to him the last minute and says, "Well, you got to pay me several $100s more if you want me to get in the ring and work.
Mm-hmm.
The money you gave me is just for me to show up."
Okay,
that was pretty sucky.
Did he pay her?
I don't. I'm not sure. He got upset.
I mean, they are a big draw.
Because the agreement was, well, unless she turned around and saw how many people were in there.
Yeah, they are a big draw, that group. So
maybe he was giving her a little less money than a celebrity would normally get.
Yeah, could be.
Well, they are the draw.
Yeah, I mean, they really are. If they're only asking for a couple $100 more, I mean, that's not really that much.
They are the draw. If it wasn't for them, you wouldn't have asses in the seats.
No. So I mean, I don't think it sounds unreasonable. I really don't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
A couple $100, it depends on what they were asking for.
I mean, they get an older wrestling star, that work in the indies for some side cash,
Mm-hmm.
they get about $1,000 for the event, for the one match.
Right.
But because of what, but it, like you and I agreed, if it's they put the asses in,
Oh yeah, yeah. Like a D'Lo Brown or a Val Venus.
any of them, any Scotty Too Hotty,
Yeah. I mean, so if they go to an indie show, I don't like it. Why don't you? Okay, so why don't you like Impact?
oh, he
Though?
likes AEW. I think he likes AEW, doesn't like Impact. Okay.
He doesn't like Impact. Impact used to be a big thing. Used to be a big.
What's Impact?
It's a wrestling promotion. Pro
It
wrestling.
used to be called. It used to be called TNA.
TNA.
Total nonstop.
And it was actually very popular in the UK.
Oh, you know, I don't
Japan.
follow
I heard
wrestling.
Japan is having events in Southern California. Or, New Japan is expanding into the U.S.
They've been doing that for years. Like nobody really cares about Japanese wrestlers.
That's what do you call Antonio Inoki's
It's
promotion.
very like a niche thing. Like the super hardcore fans are into it, but nobody else really cares about Japanese wrestlers.
What
It's
does
just
niche mean?
They don't have the
niche means like it's like a super compact subset of fans.
Well, they don't have the drama and promos and interviews and
I think I get what you're saying.
I mean that's why they call wrestling wrestling after a while, because people like the
But you know how the Japanese are, right?
Yeah.
They all they care about is the hard style, they call it. That's where Shinsuke Nakamura came from.
Hard style?
It's all they care. Hard style is like they take the wrestling very, very seriously.
Oh, that's why they call strong. They mentioned strong.
Yeah, strong style is what Nakamura does.
Is that the same as Lucha Libre? Lucha
No, it's
Libre?
not the same thing. Lucha Libre is different.
Mexico?
Lucha Libre is more about jumping up and down and doing flips and stuff.
Acrobatics.
Yeah, yeah. Right. It's in Japan.
Okay.
In Japan, they take wrestling very, very, very seriously.
It's
not really about the entertainment.
I've never watched wrestling.
It's not as entertainment based. In Mexico, it is entertainment based, but it's also doing the flips and everything. But they have the same entertainment base that the U.S. also has. In Japan, they don't have that. It's just all they do is and they do hours and hours long events where it's like one event is like 7 hours long. It's too crazy over there for the American wrestling fan to get into. It's just a lot.
7 hours?
Yeah. So sometimes I don't know if you're familiar with Japan wrestling at all. But
no, I watched it. It's definitely different. I mean,
yeah, and they don't do any promos. They do very few promos.
Yeah, that I noticed. No promos. No, like of course during the territory days, the promos were very elaborate and they're very witty, and people, like if you were a wrestler in the territory days, you had the freedom to develop your gimmick.
Yeah, like Macho Man. Those guys they did a really good job. Now these days, at least in WWE, they don't have the freedom to express themselves.
No, they have to say everything verbatim, whatever Vince wants.
It's whatever the company line is. Now supposedly it's better in AEW. I don't know how true that is.
Well, AEW, it does have more freedom. Vince yells at people if they don't say word for word what he wants them to say.
Yeah, and you can tell it's just after the Attitude Era, it's been diluted.
Listen, if you go to YouTube and you watch those old interviews,
sure,
when Jesse
and Vince was around back then, but he wasn't sticking his nose in everything.
Yeah, but Vince Senior was
no. Vince Jr. was in charge since at least the early '80s. It's been Vince Jr.
Oh, so his father died in the '80s.
His father died in '84, but Vince Jr. really took over before that, before his father died. So
when they had Saturday Night Main Event.
Yeah, all that stuff is a construct of Vince Jr.
Okay, and then the Cyndi Lauper thing.
Yeah, all the rock and wrestling, all that stuff is because of current Vince.
Yeah.
So he didn't stick his nose into it, into what the wrestlers said. Not really until like the 2000s did he start doing that. I think it was when they went public, when the
Attitude Era.
after the Attitude Era.
Right.
And then right after that, in like 2002 or around there, the WWE went public with their stock.
They started bucking heads with Monday Night Nitro.
No. They started bucking heads with them in '95, and they bought them out. They bought WCW out in 2001. But what I'm saying is, sometime around like 2002, 2000, yeah, around there, they went public. I'm saying they went on the stock market.
Mm-hmm.
And from that time, going forward, little by little, year after year, Vince started really getting involved in the promos. And it got to a point to where we are now, where they can't really say anything off the cuff. It's always scripted. It didn't used to be like that. And what I'm saying is, I think it's because they went public. So now they got to be really careful. Everything's a campaign. You got a campaign for breast cancer, all this kind of stuff. Because everything's corporate,
Yeah.
They didn't used to do that.
It's like when a family-owned food chain, like let's say the guy from Miami, the Cuban guy, Pollo Tropical, family-owned chain, right? The food was great. He got big portions. Then all of a sudden, a corporation bought it out, and they changed everything. They started cutting corners.
That's what happens.
And
James, I gotta go. Cheers for having me on your show. I'm sorry if I've been a pain in the arse. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or Jason Cleveland.
Right, listen. Not tomorrow. Next Sunday.
Jason Cleveland. This is a good question, but at the same time,
Jason,
where's Jason Cleveland?
But guys, I'm going to go to now. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers,
all right, Jordy.
Thank you, Jordy.
James. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Where's the booze hounds? Where's Alex? Where's Jason? Where's Jason?
Where are the booze hounds?
Where is Jason Cleveland?
You forgot to mention one person, Jason. You forgot to mention Alex. Not Alex. Not Alex.
No, he mentioned Alex.
What is his name again?
BC?
Eric Balls. No. Eric Fraunfelter. Where the hell is Eric? Is boycotting the show now. Ronald was here.
Eric Fraudballs.
Yeah, Alex the masturbator. No. Where is Michael Hilton? The evangelist, the TV evangelist, Michael Hilton.
Where's Jason Cleveland? He's feeding the buzzard.
Oh, I know what that means. Let's put it this way. He had the freeloaders that he's forced to entertain every Sunday, I guess. Unexpectedly get invited or inviting themselves. And guess who has to spend money to entertain them every week?
Oh, he's spending money too?
I'm talking about friends and...
He's spending money?
Friends and in-laws. Yeah, friends and in-laws and friends.
But are they actual friends?
Well, not necessarily his friends. They might be acquaintances of his. Yeah, not that he likes them all. But they come a lot. Well, I don't mean they go.
They come a lot?
I don't mean they do that. I mean they show up. They come. They visit his house without being formally invited, unless they are formally invited by somebody. Somebody.
Now, this was one of your topics, right?
Follow the buzzards. Yeah, follow the money. Follow the buzzards. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And what I told him was that I think he has the tolerance of the saints. I would have went ballistic a long time ago.
So my what's his name? Jason Cleveland. You're not gonna join the show anymore? Or, I mean, I see he's in the audience.
He's trying to use psychology on a certain someone that cohabitates in the near vicinity of where
Well,
he.
maybe for Jason, Sunday afternoons don't work out. So what if we do like
Saturday.
Saturday night, Saturday Night Live?
Saturday night. Saturday night. Da, 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 da. Yeah, how about Saturday night?
Yeah. So Jason, how's Saturday or even Saturday afternoon?
Well, no, I'm,
You're booked up,
no,
James.
no Saturday afternoon.
You're booked up in the afternoon.
You said that?
I said follow the buzzards.
Well, all I gotta say is,
You can't do Saturday afternoon.
all I have to say is what I would say. I'm the breadwinner. I'm the boss.
Maybe he's not the breadwinner.
I'm the breadwinner. I'm the boss.
Maybe he's not. Maybe his wife is the breadwinner.
Hey, no, he goes to work. Hey, you, Ronnie S. I'm the breadwinner. I'm the boss.
James, you don't know what his wife does. She could be the CEO of a top company.
Well, he's got a good job.
But you don't know what his wife does.
Hey, that clears my sinuses every time I do this.
Jason Cleveland could be living off the hog right now.
You mean like a husband? Let's say a husband marries.
Like he's a freeloader.
Let's say like when Triple H married Stephanie McMahon,
Mm-hmm.
and he married into the McMahon family, into the empire.
No, he just recently said he retired. He just said that this week.
His ticker. He had a serious heart surgery in an episode.
Did
he? Yeah.
I think we should talk about Scott Hall. Died.
I feel really bad because he wasn't that old, really.
No, he wasn't. Scott Hall wasn't old at all.
He was like in the 60s.
No, I don't even think
Early
he was 60 yet. He was in his 50s.
Yeah.
And he had a problem in the past with addictions, but supposedly everything was overcome and he had been fine. But he took a number of strokes recently, and I guess he died just from that.
Well, everything caught up with him.
He caught up on him, but I don't think that he wasn't even. I don't know if he was still drinking, but he wasn't doing drugs or.
Well, he cleaned up his act towards the end.
He did, he did the DDP.
Yeah.
He lived in the house with DDP,
but
also with Jake the Snake.
But he was in bad shape.
He was in bad shape, but he was in very bad shape. But
Jake the Snake was hit rock bottom too.
Yeah, and they were both. To DDP's credit,
so God bless.
He really helped both of them and got them into good shape.
Yeah.
And then that was a few years back, and then you hadn't heard anything like Scott Hall relapse or anything like that,
No,
and then it was just like all of a sudden they said
but when he was doing a shoot interview, so all of a sudden his face was sober looking and his eyes were clear and he was speaking normally, and I go, hey, he looks good, Scott Hall. I mean he used to be really always out of it. Like Jimmy Snuka was always high on something,
Well, Jimmy Snuka died, but he was pretty old. I mean, he wasn't old, but he was up there.
No, he was up there.
And Jimmy Snuka was actually a murder suspect.
Yeah, but he also did a lot of anything he can get his hands on.
Well, supposedly he murdered a girl in the 80s, and he got off on it.
And he got away with it. Yeah.
Scott Hall, he also murdered somebody in the 80s. It wasn't a girl; it was a guy at a club. Did you hear that?
At a club, somebody tried to pick a fight with him.
He used to be, I think he used to be a bouncer in between wrestling events.
Oh yes, I heard that during
back when he was first starting out. He I think he was with AWA, and he was doing bouncing on the side. And at the time, he got so pissed off he killed somebody, in the
He's
parking
pretty,
lot.
he was pretty damn
Yeah,
big
he was very big. Yeah,
when
he
he
was a
was
big
in
guy.
AWA. Yeah.
And then they said in the documentary that him killing that guy stuck with him in his head and always messed him up from that point on.
Could be. It could be. It stood with him. Yeah. Guilt.
Hmm.
Constant guilt.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, it wasn't his fault. I guess the guy was in fault. However, it happened because he never got charged with
maybe
anything.
he was. You know, he didn't know his own strength, and when he tried to bounce him from the
Yeah.
bar,
But for whatever reason, he never had any legal problems with it. But
yeah,
he did kill someone though.
there was no intent on
Yeah.
doing that to the man. It just happened. It accidentally.
I guess so. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's not like he was like strangling them or something like that. He was. Well, you do have to subdue as a bouncer. I mean, you do have to subdue somebody who's.
I think he was a bouncer. I think that's how the story went.
You know, well, Rick Rude was what in real life was a real tough guy too. He was a bouncer too. Ravishing Rick Rude.
Oh yeah, was he? James, I'll be right back. Give me give me 1
Well,
minute.
I'm going to close out the show because
Hold on, I'll be right
I'm
back.
tired.
Just give me a minute.
All right. I want to order food. Well, thank you, everyone, for stopping by the show. God willing, next week I'll be doing the show from a different location, and I'll be jamming with Mr. Jordy K. And I'll be on percussion, playing my African drum, and Jordy will be doing what he does. Okay, playing his music. Of course, you've heard his music. You've heard his music from his second album. I played it as a theme of the show. But yeah, so I thank everybody for stopping by. Everybody collectively. It was a very good show. It was a show of high quality. Ronald J. Theriot stopped by. We had a good history lesson. And we had some Old Testament Bible talk for the 5th day of Lent, and some serial killer history, and some I don't want to call them conspiracy theories. I mean some deep dark facts that people don't want to really accept about what's going on or what has been going on in the.
Well, you can call that a conspiracy theory because that's what they want to label it as.
Well, because if they label it as a conspiracy theory, then they can call you a nut. Oh, he's one of those conspiracy theory nuts. He's mentally, he's not there. He's out.
He's a Trump supporter.
Well, the people with the red MAGA hats, they're like when Ronald was talking about Lyndon LaRouche, who I remember because he used to run for president every 4 years.
What see, I never heard of him. What years did he run for president?
He was like an extremist. He was like since I was, honest to God, since I was in grammar school, LaRouche was on the ballot.
What party?
I don't know if he was an independent or if he was on the.
Well, you were in grammar school, so.
No, all the way through high school, like every 4 years. LaRouche.
So I'm gonna guess here. You were in grammar school in the 60s.
I started. Okay, I'll tell you exactly what happened. 1968.
That's when Nixon got elected.
67 or 68, I was in. I think 67, I was in second second grade, fourth grade, 60. In the late 60s, I was in like because I moved. Okay, I moved, but I was in early grammar school in the mid to late 60s. So you might as well say early grammar school, kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth. You know what I mean? In that period. So
now, did you go to a Catholic school?
no, I went to a regular public school. You know.
'Cause I know in those days a lot of kids went to Catholic school.
No, I didn't. No, my grandfather.
Especially if you were Italian or Irish.
Well, they don't want to. My grandparents helped raise us because my father didn't want to get involved with me and my sister in child support or anything else. So my grandparents, my mother's parents, helped raise us, and my grandfather was kind of frugal, so he's like, why pay for school when you can go to free public school? So that's what I did. I went to public school, and
Did you get involved with the riffraff?
there was always riffraff in public school. It was different. It was different riffraff, But all the kids that had gotten involved with drugs and all.
Well, there was riffraff in Catholic school too,
Well, the girls were bigger sluts than I heard. The girls were bigger sluts than the sluts in regular high school.
That was a rumor, right?
Well, they were like a bull in the china cabinet. Like if you tell a kid, "Don't you do that," you hear me?
Yeah.
Or else, "Don't you do that," or else. So the kid is rebellious, right?
Yeah.
And does the opposite. But I remember how I first learned about pro wrestling. I was in seventh grade, and which some people would consider junior high. And one of my classmates.
Oh, they used to call it junior high. Now they call it middle school.
Right, but it wasn't middle when I was in
Yeah. I think that changed in like the 80s.
Yeah, and actually that's a good idea, because then you don't have the older kids influencing the little tykes, the little kids. So it
was still a separate school, right? It wasn't in the high school. It was
no. It was a separate building.
It was called a junior high school.
Well, junior high is a separate building, but when I went, it was kindergarten through 8th grade.
Oh.
In one building.
So what they had here, or in New York, they called it junior high. It was I think it was 6th grade to 9th grade.
Well, 9th grade is freshman high school.
It's supposed to be, and then when they changed it, when they called it middle school, they changed it to 6th grade to 8th grade, and then they made 9th grade part of the high school.
Okay. Well, one of my classmates, Jose Luna, Puerto Rican guy, told me all about pro wrestling, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And it intrigued me. He says, "Oh, it's great. They beat each other up. They scream and yell on the in front of the camera, on the mic. It's very entertaining. They have all these colorful characters." So in those days, you can only watch the Worldwide Wrestling Federation,
because that's all you got in New Jersey.
3 W's.
Yeah.
Well, there was.
So you didn't get the NWA.
No. Hold on. There was NWA. At that time, I was able to watch NWA in Los Angeles Olympic Auditorium on another station. Then I was able to get Wrestling from the Armory in Patterson. That was another promotion. But let me tell you how I used to watch it. In those days, you had to use something called the UHF antenna, ultra high frequency. It was like a circle, a ring, and you had to bend it every which way to get a reception. It wasn't. It was like Channel 47, Channel 41, and there were Spanish stations. So Worldwide Wrestling Federation was in English, but it was on the Channel 47 Hispanic station, Linden, Newark, New Jersey. All right. The first thing I see is a young Vince McMahon with the yellow sports jacket interviewing.
And Pat Patterson, right? He was his partner.
Well, no, not at that time yet. No, he was interviewing Pedro Morales, who was the World Wrestling Federation heavyweight champion for like a few years. So Pedro Morales was the world champion. There was no Intercontinental belt. There was no U.S. belt.
No, Pedro beat San Martino, right?
No. What happened was.
Oh no, Pedro beat Stan the Man Stasiak.
Yeah. Bruno told Vince Sr., who was in charge, I got injuries. My back is killing me. I wrestled long enough. I had the belt for whatever,
he
8 years. Blah blah blah. You know, because they wrestled on a hard boxing ring. It was hard. It wasn't like today.
Bruno wanted out.
Yeah, he wanted out. He wanted a break. He wanted to spend time with his family, his parents. Anyway,
I think Pedro Morales won the Intercontinental title.
Yes.
Before he won the championship.
No, later on he
it was after that.
Right. No, yeah, you're going into the future now. Now
okay.
What happened was, Bruno wanted out. He says, I had enough. He dropped the belt to
Vince Sr. didn't want to let him go.
No, because he was
a big draw, yeah.
Put all the asses in the seats. So he
all the Italian Americans in New York City.
Not just New York.
But it was mostly New York, but then also Philadelphia.
There's an Italian neighborhood in Baltimore. There's one in Philadelphia. Yeah. Boston has the North End is Italian neighborhood. There were all these Italians.
But all in the Northeast area.
All in the Northeast.
He wasn't coming down to Georgia or any of that.
No. So because it was smart. Now what happened was he dropped the belt to the Russian Bear Ivan Koloff, managed by Lou Albano. So this was Bruno's way out. The first title defense of Ivan Koloff was Pedro Morales. He dropped the belt to Pedro Morales. Pedro Morales had it for a few years, and there was a problem. The fans, the Hispanic fans, would get violent in the parking lot, and there was, stabbings and this and that. Back then, people believed pro wrestling. It was like gospel. It was like, they believed it. And you don't want to be the last match if you're a heel. You don't want to be the last match because then you're the last one out in the parking lot. So, because of this ruckus, Stan Stasiak was told the last minute in the dressing room, your match with Pedro Morales, you're getting the belt. And he's like, no, really? You kidding me? You kidding me? He says, oh, thank you. He was told the last minute. Dropped the belt to Stasiak. Same thing happened.
His finishing move was a heart punch.
The heart punch. He would take the left arm and
punch you in the heart.
Yeah, and Ox Baker did that too. But Ox Baker, they had to ban the heart punch because a couple lives were lost. So what happened was the first title defense of Stan Stasiak was when Bruno took the belt back because they were nagging Bruno. Oh, come on, come back. It's only going to be for a short period of time. They lied to him. So he takes the belt back. Stasiak drops the belt. And 1 year became 2 years, 2 years became 3 years. So in other words, they try to milk it.
Right. Oh, so Bruno beat Stasiak again?
Yeah. And that's when Bruno had wear a wig. It was like a perm, all curly hair. Yeah, because, he was losing his hair. So he had a wig on.
So he's wearing a wig?
Yeah. So he had the belt. Longer than he wanted it. So now Bruno really wanted out. So Bruno dropped the belt to superstar Billy Graham, managed by the Graham Wizard Wrestling. Now, Billy Graham was a heel, of course. But
Now, Billy Graham is the one who they say inspired Hulk Hogan, his style.
And Jesse Ventura.
And Jesse Ventura. But obviously Hulk Hogan was more successful.
Yeah, I definitely watched Gordon Soley from the Tampa Armory, Florida Championship Wrestling, NWA. Yeah, I definitely watched it. Gordon Soley was all by himself doing that. And it was
now, Gordon Soley was an NWA guy, right?
Yeah. And Victor Rivera was from Gene LaBelle, the NWA Southern California territory, Olympic Auditorium, and Victor Rivera was really good. He's from Puerto Rico.
Who's Victor Rivera?
He was a star from Puerto Rico, but he became a heel. Freddie Blassie managed him when he was in the WWF. They traveled. They did like small house shows.
Where's Bart? Is Bart from Pennsylvania?
No, he's from South Jersey.
Okay. So obviously there were shows over there.
Yeah, going towards Philly. So superstar Billy Graham, all of a sudden the fans loved him, even though he was a heel. He had a huge fan base.
He's the first one to use like the over the top persona and like the muscles with the what he used to wear and everything.
The tie dye.
It was kind of like Gorgeous George did it in the 50s, but then superstar Billy Graham came in and revolutionized it, and Hulk Hogan basically just bit off of him, and the same thing with Jesse Ventura. They both bit off of that guy.
It was Gorgeous George.
Gorgeous George, they say, invented the heel. Like he really invented the over the top heel.
Gorgeous George made the heel a lot more entertaining and colorful.
Mm-hmm.
He got all his robes from Bob Hope as a kid.
Yeah.
All right, now
but Jesse, superstar Billy Graham took it to another level.
Yes, but hold on. Gorgeous George Wagner, he got the gimmick, I think, from Bob Hope, and then it turned out to be a blast. Wrestling became
he had something to do with Bob Hope, yeah.
Right. Now, the Nature Boy Buddy Rogers.
Which is the guy who Ric Flair stole his name from.
Right. He was managed by the fabulous Moolah, of course, a young, good-looking Moolah, and he took it to another level.
And then he came back. He came back in the 80s. Buddy Rogers did.
To do commentary,
Yeah, he was doing a show.
But if you type in his matches, he was very
well. He was the first WWF champion because they made him the champion when they seceded from the NWA.
Well, he was the only
in 1963.
He was the only.
He fought Lou Thez, right? And Vince McMahon Sr. and Toots Mondt, who he was working with.
Right, he was the partner of the Capital Wrestling Company.
They both wanted out of the NWA, and they said, we want our champion to be Buddy Rogers instead of Lou Thez. So back in those days, you used to have to be a 2 out of 3 falls. That's how you'd win the championship in the NWA.
And if you go over the top rope, it was disqualification. Well, Buddy Rogers.
So I think Buddy Rogers won in one fall, and they said that's it. And now he's gonna be the WWF champion.
Well, he wrestled in the 1950s. He was a big star in the 1950s. But Nature Boy Buddy Rogers.
But in 1963, that's how the WWF championship. That's how it was formed.
Right. They ended the Capital Wrestling Company. Now the NWA Buddy Rogers was the only one to be NWA World Champion and WWF World Champion. And
no, he wasn't the only one. He wasn't the only one.
Well, maybe for a long time he held that.
I think Vern Gagne was also.
No, Vern Gagne never won a title in the WWF.
No, he didn't. But he was the AWA champion and the NWA champion.
No, he was a hooker wrestler. He was good. Vern Gagne in the 1950s.
Well, so was Luthez, and so was Buddy Rogers. They all were back in those days.
Yeah, they Strangler Lewis. I mean, they knew how to tie you in.
Yeah, they were real time tough guys.
You know, they tied you in knots, man. They knew Billy Robinson.
And that's why they were always worried. The bookers and the promoters were always worried that the wrestler would go what they called shoot, and they would shoot on the wrestler and actually make him submit or whatever, real time.
Well, what used to
happen? That's where the word shoot came from. It's not shoot now. They think about it as it's just an interview, a shoot interview. But shoot, the word shoot actually came from you're going to shoot on the guy in the ring.
Now, Antonio Inoki, there was the most common reason for shooting was that your opponent doesn't want to follow the script and they don't sell. They don't sell for you.
Yeah.
So somebody did that to Antonio Inoki in Japan, and he made like Inoki was not even tickling him. So Inoki got so pissed off that he was embarrassing him. He beat the hell out of him until he was unconscious.
Yeah, you don't know who that was?
It was like big fat. He was like a fat guy, I think from Europe. He was real heavy, and he kept on humiliating, like, come on, you're doing nothing to me. Hit me, you're doing nothing, you're nothing, He kept on talking shit and not selling. And then Inoki, he let loose. He hit him with every martial art move he knew. Oh yeah, Professor Toro Tanaka, and also the Wild Samoans had a school in, I think, Allendale, Pennsylvania, which is where one of the TV taping was.
Allentown.
Allentown. I'm sorry. Allentown, Pennsylvania, and another area. It's all near Philly, southeastern PA. And my dad would take me along with him to a bar when I was a kid to get out my mom's hair.
To get out of his mom's hair.
Well, my father, when I was like 5 years, no, I was younger than that. Wait a minute. When I was like 4 years old, the only time my father ever spent with me was to take me to the bar with him. But I barely remember that. But they started the wrestling school, and Sika is Roman Reigns' father. Wild Samoan Sika. But this is another show, man. We can go on and on and on and on. But this is what happened. Now, Billy Graham had to drop the belt to Bob Backlund, not because Billy Graham wasn't making money. They loved Billy Graham, even though he was a heel, because Billy had the talk, the interview skills.
Yeah, he had the look.
He had the look, microphone skills.
He had it all.
Billy Graham was actually training with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Franco Columbu in California. He won bodybuilding contests, and
So why did he give up the belt to Backlund?
Because he wasn't. They didn't pay that much back then for bodybuilding. Bodybuilding contests.
So he wanted more money.
He needed the money. And the Ultimate Warrior and Sting would sometimes sleep in their car because it was like so pathetic. When they were the Blade Runners, they were a tag team. Jim Hellwig and Sting.
Yeah, but that was a different promotion.
Yes. Now Billy Graham was an established bodybuilder, and he.
So why would I don't get why would they put Bob Backlund in there?
Because Vince Sr. made a promise when Bruno dropped the belt. He wanted this clean-cut, all-American boy image. And this
But
one...
But Backlund wasn't even a clean-cut American. He was an Italian.
No.
Right.
Bob Backlund's Italian?
Oh, no, I'm talking about San Martino.
No, San Martino says, that's enough. I'm out. So
but that was the guy that they wanted, you know, they wanted everybody to be like him.
Thank you, Daryl.
Right.
Well, he
so
wanted...
once San Martino called it quits, they didn't have their great baby face anymore.
Oh, hold on. Lou Albano was one half of the World Tag Team Champions in the early 60s with Tony Altamare. They were called the Sicilians. Called the Sicilians.
And then Lou Albano became known as a famous manager.
Right, and he also managed an older Freddie Blassie before Freddie Blassie retired from wrestling. The vampire Freddie Blassie.
He managed Freddie Blassie, really?
Freddie Blassie used to gnaw on his opponent's forehead until the blood
really
gushed out. Yeah, no,
like George the Animal Steel.
Yeah, no, Freddie Blassie was a bad heel. Yeah, he managed him. And
what year was that?
And he used to call everybody Pencil Neck Geek right from. I'll send you.
Well, I know he was calling them Pencil Neck Geeks in the 80s.
No, in the 19
or in the 70s too.
In the 1950s, I'll send you an old 1950s wrestling thing where Freddie Blassie is being interviewed and all that. But anyway, yeah, he's very entertaining. The Grand Wizard was very entertaining.
The Grand Wizard, yeah, he was the manager of Freddie Blassie, right?
Yeah, Ernie. No, he wasn't Freddie Blassie's manager. Ernie Roth, the Grand Wizard.
He was Jesse Ventura's manager.
He managed a lot of stars. He really did. He came out of Michigan, I think. I think he went to the Sheik school. You know, not the Iron Sheik. There were two Sheiks. There was the Sheik Adnan KC, and there was the other one they call the Sheik. But with Bob Backlund, hold on. I really gotta go relax and decompress. It's almost 4 hours, for God's sakes. Yeah, Tony Altamare and Lou Albano were the Sicilians. And they used to they had to drop the gimmick because the actual mob was saying that they were giving the mob a bad rap. And, you know, they asked them to, give up their gimmick. Well, the Birds are definitely happy in the Tampa region of Florida. I hear them singing. Up in the treetop all the day long, rocking and bobbing and singing in their song. All the little birdies on Jaybird Street. Walking around. Come on! Now, if I go off the air now, he's going to be offended. He's going to get hurt. Rockin' Robin, tweet, twiddly tweet. Rockin' Robin, tweet, twiddly tweet. Tweet. All right, let me just finish the Bob Backlund story, and I gotta go. Bob Backlund, see, when he made the promise to bring Bob Backlund up at a future date, make him world champion, Vince Sr. didn't know that the heel superstar Billy Graham was going to be such a big draw, and the people would love him. And but he made a promise, and that's why Bob Backlund got the belt. But Bob Backlund even though he had his fan base, and he was very athletic, he had amateur wrestling background. He wasn't superstar Billy Graham. I mean, Billy Graham, he had a huge.
No, but wait. My question was, why would you go from superstar Billy Graham, a huge personality, to Bob Backlund? He was just known as like an Olympic wrestler. He was kind of lame. He couldn't even cut a promo.
He was a collegiate wrestler.
He couldn't cut a promo. He sucked at that. So why did they try to make him the face of the company?
Why? Because the promoters of wrestling, for some reason, pro wrestling attracts the lowest common denominators of the human race. They're stupid. They make bad decisions all the time, just like the writers of the WWE right now. They're fucked up. I mean, why do go-go bars have fucked up people working in them?
Well, Vince Sr. was in charge at the time, right?
Vince Sr. made a bad decision.
Vince Sr. wanted Bob Backlund, and from what I know, Vince Jr. hated Bob Backlund. He couldn't stand to even when Vince Jr. was a commentator. He didn't even like to call his matches. He hated him so much. He hated him, and he couldn't wait to get Hulk Hogan in there to beat him for the title.
And not only that, did you know that Vince Sr. was definitely not friends with Bruno Sammartino? They bucked heads all the time. Toots Mondt is the one who liked Bruno a lot and wanted to bring Bruno in and have Buddy Rogers drop the belt, because Bruno was a huge star in the Toronto, Canada territory. There's a lot of Italians up there. He was going over big. Bruno says, "Why should I come to New York?" He says, "They love me over here in Toronto. I mean, you want me to come to New York? You gotta." Well,
I think that the problem with if there ever was a problem with Vince Jr. and Bruno, it probably stems from Vince Sr. and then Vince Jr. just continuing that, whatever animosity there was there.
And Bruno didn't like.
And then also what happened, I know, in the 80s, with all the steroids coming in and everything, and all the partying and the cocaine and stuff, Bruno Sammartino didn't like that stuff.
He didn't like the Kiss My Ass Club.
No, he didn't like the steroids, and he didn't like the cocaine.
Right, and the dirty stuff that was going on with the.
And all that stuff started happening when Vince Jr. took over, because especially the steroids, but even in the 70s, I don't think the wrestlers were doing a lot of coke back then. But then all of a sudden in the 80s, they started going big into coke.
Yeah, they might have drank a lot back then.
But, but it wasn't a lot of drugs.
But just think of this. I posted a fascinating documentary on my fitness group about. It's like the brutal world of pro wrestling, or whatever. It's a real long documentary, and they interview all the legends. And they were on the road 350 days a year, and they had to sacrifice seeing their family.
Well, they still are. That really hasn't changed.
And they had a fucking drive, they all would carpool. Most of them, they get along.
And I think now they can fly.
Yeah, well, they would go to an arena, stay at a cheap hotel or motel, because they didn't get paid a ton of money.
They didn't get paid a lot. No,
or if they had to fly, it was constantly.
Well, I don't know. In regular culture, regular American culture, the 70s, at least the late 70s, a lot of people were doing drugs, right? Yeah. And supposedly in wrestling, they weren't really doing drugs in the 70s. They didn't start getting into drugs until the 80s.
Yeah.
So, and that's when Bruno was like, that's when he said, I want to wash my hands of this business, because Bruno Sammartino, he was not into drugs at all. Yeah. He wasn't into steroids. He didn't like any of that stuff.
Well, it was a much cleaner business back in the territory days.
But why? Why? When
Why did it suddenly change?
what I'm saying is, in regular culture, regular American culture, in the 70s, there was a lot of people doing drugs. So why in the 70s, in wrestling culture, why do they say that it was so clean? In the 70s as compared to the 80s.
Wrestling seemed a lot cleaner than society was, like you said.
That's what I'm saying. That's what. Yeah, that is what I'm saying. But then once the 80s came around, they got dirtied up.
You had people taking acid, LSD, heroin.
Well, I don't know about that, but
no,
they were.
I mean in the hipster days.
Oh yeah.
The 60s and 70s. Yeah,
But they weren't doing that in wrestling.
No. Listen, it was a pleasure. It was a great. This is a show onto itself, but it's good to bring it up when all the other subjects and people disappear. It kind of it's like making a burrito, and you got different.
Well, I guess it just kind of came up. I don't even know how.
Well, it was sperm in a moment. Oh, I know how it came up. Daryl Messiah says, "Okay, guys, it's time for me to watch WrestleMania."
Mm.
That's how it came up. I
know Daryl is a wrestling fan.
Yeah,
maybe one day Daryl can join the show.
Daryl is a longtime fan of Ron Theriot. He's from Northern California, and he's a good guy, and so is Bart. And
so he's from Jason Cleveland's neck of the woods.
Yeah, I would say
more or less.
I would say the evangelist Michael Hilton's neck of the woods.
Where is he from?
San Francisco.
Isn't San Francisco Southern California?
Oh no, it's San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, Sacramento. It's like going, San Francisco is going.
How far is San Francisco from LA?
Oh, it's a long trip.
Really?
It's like one is like north and one is all the way down, going towards the border by Tijuana.
Well, why do they say that the homeless problem is way worse in San Francisco? Like it's bad in LA, but it's way worse.
Why is it way worse?
Because they say San Francisco is like the worst one.
Because San Francisco is the cost of living is very expensive, very high.
Yeah, but I'm sure it is in LA too.
Yeah, and then San Diego, same deal, $2,500 for a 2-bedroom apartment.
But they say San Francisco has a real big homeless problem.
Yeah, they got like tent cities.
Yeah, tent cities.
Yeah, I mean, but look at Midtown Manhattan. It costs a fortune to get a little.
And you don't see tent cities there.
Oh, it's a little pigeon coop apartment. They were there.
I don't know. Like, why has San Francisco failed so much? Maybe that can be another show.
They actually took what was normally a studio apartment in Manhattan and divided it in half. Like they took the 1-bedroom and they cut it down so they can charge. I don't know how they get away with it in this country, but a little shithole, I think as long as people move there and pay the rent for that little shithole place, they'll continue to ask for that kind of rent.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Boycott. People don't boycott in the United States.
People were boycotting in a sense because they were moving out of the city, in great numbers. New York City has lost a lot of residents. A lot.
New York City, a lot of people moved out of New York. Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah.
And a lot of New York people live here by me because it's right across from the Hudson.
A lot of New York people live by me, have moved here to Florida, including myself.
Like, wait, say that again about.
I said a lot of people from New York have moved here to Florida, just like I have.
Well, they say the only original Floridians are in the Panhandle or by Tallahassee, by what do you call Pensacola, Tallahassee, and Jacksonville. Those are
Jacksonville is full of New Yorkers.
Oh, now Jacksonville has got people from New York?
Yeah. At least from what I hear. Yeah.
How about that? It used to be like the whole part of northern Florida was like original southern.
Not Jacksonville. Not Jacksonville.
Maybe the Panhandle is
The Panhandle. Yeah, more so. Yeah.
yeah, the Gulf, they're part of the Gulf Coast. Well, so are you, actually.
Well, I'm part of the Gulf Coast, but I'm not by the Panhandle.
No. You're Florida Gulf Coast, but not Panhandle Gulf Coast. You go Sarasota, Fort Myers.
Yeah.
Naples, Florida.
Everybody who lives here is from somewhere else.
Is from somewhere else.
Yeah. I mean, literally everybody.
All transients and transplants.
Yes.
Transplants.
Yeah.
Like you would be a transplant.
It's a very interesting place. I mean, you meet people from everywhere. I mean, I'm not just saying the United States. You meet people from all over the whole world.
Well, anytime I went to the Florida, Fort Lauderdale, where my cousin lives, outside of Fort Lauderdale and the Florida Keys, and my aunt and uncle were in the Keys, I met people from all over the country.
All over the country, and James, all over the world, man. All over the world.
And they got
this is like I mean, this is not a backward state at all.
I thought
this is
Jupiter
cosmopolitan.
I thought Jupiter was beautiful.
I never really got to know the East Coast. That I've been to Miami, but that's it. And then I moved to the West Coast.
Was there more breeze? Was it cooler to be near the beach on the East Coast?
No, I think it's cooler here on the West Coast.
You actually get breeze blowing?
Yeah, well, I do here where I live, but I live I mean, it's like directly next to the Gulf. It's right there.
Yeah, there's like Tampa Bay is part of the Gulf, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's very close. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's like you mentioned, Tarpon Springs is where the Greek people live.
Mm-hmm.
St. Petersburg is what kind of neighborhood is St. Petersburg now?
It's an old city, so there's a lot of really nice areas, expensive areas, but then you can go a block over, and you're in the ghetto. So it's like you never know. You got to be very careful.
You know what that reminds me of, and it amazed me. It's like when I was in Palm Beach, Florida. You got mansions, right? You drive for 10 minutes or so, and you cross a canal.
That's how it is, man.
And you're in Riviera Beach, Florida, which is a high crime ghetto. You're just going over a freaking canal. Now in New York, Brooklyn is like that, right? You could be in a nice part of Brooklyn, and then you could be in like, what is it, Flatbush, Crown Heights, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't take long to end up.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't. So St. Pete is especially like that.
So St. Pete has
I mean, there's some really, really nice areas. On the beach, they got condos looking over the water and everything. But then you go, it's literally only one block, and you got to know what block you're on, because you can end up in the hood real quick.
Do they have cops patrolling the nice part of St.
Yeah,
Pete?
they do. They do. Yeah. So
there's a hood there. They should open up some cans of nerve gas or something.
I mean, you know how it is.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, honestly, St. Pete is like a small version of New York City, with all the stupid politics and stuff.
You know what I saw in New York when I was with Ronald Theriot? I haven't been there in quite a few years.
So you don't go to New York, even though you live right
No,
there.
I haven't been there in quite a few years. And then Ronald picked me up, and we were going from.
So he was driving?
Well, yeah, the truck that got damaged. We were going from eating seafood at Johnny's Reef in City Island
in the Bronx.
In the Bronx, which was really, really nice and quiet. Then
City Island, is it actually an island?
I don't know, man.
You don't know?
No, I know. All I know is the Long Island Sound was right there.
Yeah, well, because it's the Bronx.
and there was like a bay, and there was a bay.
But
Yeah,
you don't know if City Island is actually is it an island?
yeah, but across from the Long Island Sound, where City Island was, I saw like residential areas all the way in the distance. I mean, there's nothing ghetto about that part of the Bronx.
Yeah, well, no, there's a lot of part of the Bronx. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of parts of the Bronx that are not ghetto
What
at
I'm
all.
trying to say is that when we were attempting to drive to Michael Komaroff's in Brooklyn,
Yeah.
I was really disgusted by all the massive graffiti I saw everywhere. The Queens and upper Manhattan and all. I mean, just all. Even like vans, delivery vans had graffiti.
Mhm.
You know, where are the cops? They're having donuts and coffee.
Well, the people don't want them. You know, they were doing like the defund the police stuff. So I don't blame the cops for not being around.
I mean, that's vandalism. Defacing public and
But
private.
like you say, James, it's just like what happened in the 70s with those. It's just history repeating itself.
Listen, I think that that after a certain amount of time goes by, when they keep taunting the police and taunting them.
Well, that's what they've been doing.
I think eventually the cops just
say
I've had enough, take their nightsticks out and beat the fucking crap out of them. And you know what?
No, they don't do that. They just they say forget it. I don't blame them.
I'm not gonna patrol the area.
I'm not gonna take part in this anymore.
Because their hands are tied. Like
right.
They do one little thing and it goes on the media show.
Now back in the 70s, they were very corrupt. The police were involved in a lot of the mafia stuff and a lot of the drug dealing.
They're on the take, yeah.
They don't really have that these days for the most part. That's not really going on anymore.
There were a lot of crooked cops back then.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part these days, you don't really see that.
I mean, when you had mayors like Mayor John Lindsay, Abraham.
Lindsay. So Lindsay, I was looking into this.
He's 70s.
He was late 60s to the 70s, right?
Yeah, but he sucked.
Why was he so bad?
He just didn't do shit,
He was like a run-of-the-mill Democrat. He just wanted to be liked,
He wanted to be liked. He pandered for votes.
He pandered to the minorities.
Right, and that's what Democrats still do today. And then
after him was the one that I was asking you about.
Eddie Koch?
No, not Koch. His name was Beam. Abe Beam.
Abe Beam. Yeah, he was short.
And he was almost as bad as Lindsay was, right?
Right, and Dinkins didn't do any. He was
then
worse.
Who came after him? Dinkins?
No, I think after Abe Beam was Koch.
I thought Koch was the one who came in the 80s, and he started to turn the city around a little bit. He was tough on crime.
When Koch ran.
When Koch came in like 1980.
Yeah, when Koch ran for New York State governor, Mario Cuomo ran against him and said, "Vote for Cuomo, not the homo." I remember that.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
And that was okay back then?
Yeah.
Really?
It's political campaign.
He was saying that Koch is a homo?
Yeah. Well, that was the rumor.
Was he?
Well, nobody ever really seen him on a date with anybody. He wasn't.
Was Koch the mayor when he became mayor though of the city? Was he the one who was tough on crime? Who was
none of the Democrats were ever tough on crime in New York.
There was a guy who came in the early 80s. I think it was Koch. Koch said, fuck the bullshit, and I'm going to be tough on all these gangs and everything.
You know who was really the first toughie on crime was
Well, don't say it was Giuliani.
Bloom balls.
Nah. Giuliani before Bloomberg.
Oh, what did Giuliani He cleaned up Times Square.
Giuliani definitely did a good job.
He cleaned
But
up.
I'm talking about the other guys before him, before Giuliani.
Decorum. Before Giuliani, the only one I remember is Beam.
Beam was bad, right?
Beam, Koch, Lindsay. I'm trying to think if I remember any more. And Dinkins sucked when it came to crime. He all the if you were in Manhattan, you had all these aggressive young black male panhandlers. There were guys that could easily hold a job if they wanted to.
Oh, they had the people who would if you were stopped at the light, they would come and wash your window with a dirty newspaper.
Yeah, there's the squeegee people.
Well, they wouldn't even have a squeegee. They would just spray the window with some spray, and they would wash it with a newspaper.
With a used paper towel or something.
And then they would want a tip for that.
Yeah, fuck them.
Did you ever pay them?
Hell no, motherfuckers. You know what I should have kept. You know what? It's a good thing to keep in the car is a Hornet spray that shoots like 30 feet in the stream. And you nail them right in the mouth.
They stopped doing that.
My friend,
when Giuliani came in, well, you know what they called the Giuliani's administration. They called the tactic the broken windows tactic. So they said if you see, to the police, if you see a broken window in the car, you're supposed to give them a ticket. And what was happening before was they would just ignore the broken window. So if they saw a broken window, now that they would come up and they would ask questions. And then from asking those questions, they would eventually say, okay, you're a criminal, and they would arrest you. When before they would just ignore it. This is like somewhat, theoretically that's what was behind. I think it was called the broken windows tactic.
Yeah, and stop and frisk was
stop
Bloomberg.
And frisk was Bloomberg. Yeah,
that was Bloomberg's administration.
Which I guess that was to some extent also successful.
He cleaned up 42nd Street, Times Square, Giuliani. He made it family friendly.
Well, what they did was that they say that they turned it into Disneyland.
Right.
They turned Times Square into Disneyland.
Yeah, Bill Bratton from Massachusetts was the police commissioner when he got elected. Giuliani got elected, and you listen. With a big city like New York, Chicago, L.A., you need Republican mayors because Democrat mayors, you have to rule with an iron fist when it comes to big cities because you got the inner city people they're all hooligans. They're all out of control. I'm sorry. I'm very progressive, but not when it comes to big American cities. I mean, if you're in Singapore,
you're only progressive when it comes to the suburbs. You're saying
when it comes to all the nice parts of the country. Now, Singapore, you throw a cigarette butt, they arrest you and fine you, and then if you don't behave, they hit you with the cane, the Singapore cane. Listen, it's almost 4. Let me go eat. Everybody, thank you for joining. Until next time, bye-bye.